Today's workshop is being held for the CPUC's long-term gas planning rulemaking, also identified as proceeding number R20010007. The panels today will focus on questions 2.1a through 2.1d, which are part of the gas infrastructure umbrella of the scoping memo. First, I'd like to welcome the assigned commissioner on this proceeding, Commissioner Rechtschaffen, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Christina. Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to see everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm glad that my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Sharom is here. I know Commissioner Hauk is running late. I don't know if President Reynolds is on or not. I want to especially thank our Christina and our colleagues, a very, very hardworking gas team, for all the work that they put into organizing this workshop. I want to take just a few minutes to set the stage for today's workshop and elaborate on what Christina mentioned. As folks involved in this proceeding know, we are dealing with many competing priorities here. As we transition toward decarbonization, we need to also maintain safety for what's an aging gas system. We need to minimize the potential for stranding assets as we do that. We also need to need to keep in mind our continued reliance on some gas capacity for the foreseeable future for electricity system reliability and renewables integration. We need to make sure we don't overburden our ratepayers, especially low and moderate income ratepayers, as more and more ratepayers electrify their homes and businesses and leave the gas system. These are fundamentally important and very complex and complexly intertwined. I think complexly intertwined. I think that's a word or phrase. It's very complex. It's very hard. We benefited from a robust set of comments on the original scoping memo for this track of the proceeding a few months ago. They were very thoughtful. We've made several changes to the scoping memo in response, as reflected in the revised version of the scoping memo that was issued last week. What I'd like to do now is just explain the rationale for the sequence in which we're going to be addressing the key questions in this proceeding. And as Christina said, we're starting off with some of them, the first set today. So the first set of issues that we're going to be dealing with is gas infrastructure and equity challenges. We get questions about the repair and replacement of our gas infrastructure system regularly. They're not abstract. They come with us in one-offs, and we have to make ad hoc decisions on each of them. So we think it's very important as soon as possible to develop a framework that we can use going forward. And what the framework is both for determining which gas infrastructure we do need to maintain for safety and reliability and other purposes, and how we can start strategically pruning the gas infrastructure that we can phase out. So that will let us be more consistent in how we're making decisions and how we address opportunities for proactively decommissioning parts of the system. And also to be consistent and thoughtful in addressing the utility requests that are coming into us, that come with regularity, where they seek ratepayer funding for replacement or repair of the pipeline system. So the final scoping memo identifies a range of questions to help us develop this framework. Some will be discussed today. The remainder will be discussed at a workshop on January 24th. And one of the very first issues we're going to be examining and that we are targeting for an early decision is whether or not to adopt a new general order requiring that we do site-specific approvals for large new natural gas projects. We do that for electricity, and we want to see if we should do that for large new gas projects as well. We plan to issue a second decision on the remaining gas infrastructure issues by the end of this year. So that's one big piece, gas infrastructure. The next subtrack will address equity, affordability, rate design, safety, and workforce issues. So that's a lot, but they're all important, and we need to get them all focused on as soon as possible. I do want to say that addressing the unique barriers that low and moderate income and disadvantaged communities face in the context of this gas transition is a priority that's going to run throughout this proceeding. We do not view them in isolation. They run through and need to be woven into all aspects of the decision-making in the proceeding. But having said that, we got a number of comments from parties on the original scoping memo, and in response to that, we've created a new sub-track for equity issues. And I want to emphasize that that new sub-track is in addition to, not separate from, the questions addressing equity that were already in the original scoping memo. And as we've changed the order and the sequence so that, as I mentioned, equity, affordability, safety, and workforce issues will be addressed right after gas infrastructure issues rather than later on in the proceeding. And we'll be having a specific targeted workshop on equity issues in March. I want to mention something else specifically about community engagement here. We know that there are communities that stand to be most impacted by the gas transition that don't always have the resources, the capability to participate in our regulatory processes. So our news and outreach staff has been developing a stakeholder engagement strategy specifically designed for this proceeding and related proceedings to more closely engage with stakeholders who are representing those interests. That's not explicitly called out in the scoping memo, but I wanted to mention that it's underway. We got early feedback, or our outreach staff got early feedback from the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, as well as some other key environmental and social justice stakeholders, identifying some of the key barriers and concerns faced by the environmental justice community in the context of this proceeding. So going forward, we're going to continue with that. We're thinking about doing a capacity building session before the next workshop, as well as some potential community workshops to provide additional forums for participation. I just want to tell any parties or stakeholders who are listening to, if you're interested in learning more, to reach out to Stephanie Green and Chris Moore of our News and Outreach division. I want to mention interagency coordination. Many parties in their comments have highlighted the need for very close coordination with what our sister agencies are doing, and in particular, the Air Resources Board scoping plan and the Energy Commission's IPER Integrated Energy Policy Report process. We are working and have been working closely with those agencies as well as the CAISO on a number of issues, and that includes what we've embarked on a collaborative effort to create a long-term gas planning blueprint for the state among the agencies, and we should be able to share more updates on that in the next few months. Many parties also have mentioned the need to collaborate what we're doing in this proceeding with other proceedings at the PUC. We are addressing the gas transition, building decarbonization set of challenges in various other proceedings, the future of Aliso Canyon, our biomethane proceeding, our building decarbonization proceeding. We are coordinating these efforts. As many of you know, in the building decarbonization proceeding, we very recently issued a staff proposal calling for eliminating existing gas line extension allowances and other ratepayer funding that reduces the costs of gas line hookups to new buildings. We've received a robust set of comments on the proposals. Reply comments are coming in today. I'm the lead commissioner on that proceeding as well, and we're making sure that the two proceedings are aligned and coordinated. I want to thank everyone again for participating and for the staff. I know my fellow commissioners here, and Christina, if I may, I'd like to invite my fellow commissioners to share any opening remarks before I turn it back to you. And I know I see Commissioner Sharoma's there. I don't know if you want to say anything, Commissioner Sharoma.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Ruxloff. It's a tremendous effort that you and the team have embarked upon. It's essential work. Thank you for putting together this workshop. I'll be able to listen to this morning's presentations and discussions. I won't be able to attend in person this afternoon, but my staff will be listening in. I very much appreciate, as you've outlined, that our state is in a unique situation where our gas infrastructure is approaching replacement or retirement at a time that intersects with the need for large changes to meet our carbon reduction goals. And meanwhile, there's very important safety needs to assure that the transmission and distribution network are kept in a safe and maintained condition. It's important that the work has begun to grasp the opportunities and critical work, including, as you've outlined, and the team has outlined, safety, equity, and workforce opportunities and needs that lie ahead as we answer the questions before us in your scoping memo and today's workshop. So I'm very pleased to see the diverse gathering today. I look forward to hearing the commentary and discussion. Thank you, and thank you very much to Jean and the team in putting on this workshop. Back to you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharoma. As I mentioned, Commissioner Houck will be joining us. I don't think she's here yet, and I don't think President Reynolds is here. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Christina.
Thank you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen and Commissioner Sharoma. So first, I'd like to go over some brief workshop logistics. This workshop is virtual only. If you have trouble with your computer audio, you can dial in using your phone. Dial into the phone number and access code written here. This workshop is being recorded. The recording will be made available to attendees and the proceeding service list within the next few days. Your hosts today are Jean Spencer, myself, Karen Sung, and Renee Guild. Next, I just want to do a very brief, Karen, just back to the last slide, just a quick safety check. Please note your surroundings and be aware of any emergency exits around you. Please also do a quick ergonomics check. Check your neck and posture. It is an all-day workshop. Next slide, please. The materials for today will be available on the CPUC's long-term gas planning website, which Karen will provide a link for in the chat box. Once all the speakers during a specific panel are done with their presentations, there will be an opportunity for Q&A. Please use the chat box on the right-hand side to type in your questions. Questions will be read aloud by me during the Q&A. Please specify which panelist your question is for, or whether the questions can be answered by any of the panelists. You can also choose to ask your question verbally by utilizing the raise hand feature shown here. Once you click on the feature, when it is your turn, you will be unmuted to ask your question. Once you're done asking your question, please go ahead and mute yourself. Also note that the new WebEx doesn't show the hosts the order in which folks have raised their hands. So apologies if you raised your hand first. We will not necessarily be able to call on you in the order in which you raised your hand. Next slide, please. A couple of brief ground rules before we kick things off. This workshop is structured to stimulate an honest dialogue and engage different perspectives on the issues before us. With that in mind, please keep comments friendly and respectful. The chat feature is only for Q&A or technical issues. Please don't start or respond to sidebar conversations. So I think we're ready to kick off with our first panel, which will focus on scoping memo question A. The speakers on this panel will have approximately 10 minutes to go over their presentations. First up, I'd like to introduce Mary Jo Borak, who will speak on behalf of the CPUC's Energy Division, and Jack Mulligan, who will speak on behalf of the CPUC's legal division.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm Mary Jo Borak, and I work in the Energy Division. I'm a supervisor, and I oversee infrastructure permitting and the California Environmental Quality Act. I'm going to talk a little bit this morning about General Order 131D. Jack Mulligan from Legal will also help on this. Good morning, Jack.
Morning, Mary Jo. Should I do my disclaimer now? Because
Sure.
all lawyers come with one. So normally I represent the commission as a staff attorney. Today I might be speaking with some of my own views, and I don't want any of my views to be reflective upon what the commission's thinking. This is as Commissioner Rechtschaffen said, there's a lot of big policy issues that the commission needs to decide, and it's not my role to make those decisions. So I'm going to help Mary Jo talk about how we've structured permitting on the electric side and how that could be a template for the commission organizing its thinking and processes around these big decisions that are coming on the gas side.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this comes from the rulemaking scoping memo. First question is, should the commission consider adopting a general order analogous to General Order 131D for electric infrastructure projects that would require site-specific approvals for gas infrastructure projects that exceed a certain size or cost? Just as background and reference, the California PUC Code Section 1001 addresses CPUC regulatory authority over gas corporations and certificates of public convenience and necessity, CPCN. See the next slide, please. And Jack, maybe you want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about 1001 because I think it sets the thinking up for where the process is going forward. So in granting a certificate to private monopolies in California, we're demarcating service territories and going back to the old days where all industries that we regulated were rate regulated, as in the commission was approving every dollar that the utility was spending to serve customers. It helps thinking about the old landline telephone system. We grant a certificate for Pac Bell to operate throughout a defined service territory in California. They had a duty to serve all customers within that service territory, consistent with the tariffs that are approved by the PUC and the rates approved by the PUC. And so once they were granted that operating certificate, they didn't have to come back to us for approval every time they were hooking up a new customer. So same on the electric side and same with the gas. At 1001, we would give a service territory, and you could go out and do a bunch of operations pursuant to that authority and the tariffs on file with the PUC without coming back to the PUC for approval. And I think that sets up our talk on General Order 131D. General orders are regulations approved by the commission that apply to the utilities that we regulate, and how we wanted to change that dynamic where you just get one operating certificate for servicing customers, and change it to a way where the commission could receive individual applications for individual projects to allow both policy considerations of the commission, whether to approve it, and also to allow the public an opportunity to participate in our proceedings.
Thanks, Jack. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about General Order 131D. It's an older general order at the CPUC. It was last modified in 1995. So it's 25 years old, and it probably could use an update. It's a 19-page order. I'm only going to focus today on how General Order 131D might relate to a similar order for gas projects. General Order 131D is about rules relating to the planning and construction of electric generation, transmission, power distribution line facilities, and substations located in California. And according to the general order, the purpose of the order is to be responsive to the California Environmental Quality Act, the need for public notice and opportunity for affected parties to be heard by the commission, the obligations of the utilities to serve their customers in a timely and efficient manner, and the need to replace the present complaint system, which goes back pre-1995, for under 200 kV projects with a streamlined new mechanism. We could be in a similar place with gas infrastructure right now that we maybe need to have a more streamlined new mechanism for gas projects. Next slide, please. Under General Order 131D, there's a need for commission authorization. We kind of divided into two general categories. One is a certificate of public convenience and necessity, a CPCN, and the general order says no electric utilities shall begin construction of electric transmission lines above 200 kilovolts without the commission first finding they are necessary to promote the safety, health, comfort, and convenience of the public. We also can issue a permit to construct, and that's for projects that are between 50 kV and 200 kV and electric substations with a high side above 50 kV without first being granted a PTC by the commission. Next slide, please. We have certain exemptions to General Order 131D, and there may be analogies here for gas projects. First one is power facilities with an in-service date before January of 1996. These are kind of older projects. Replacement of existing power line facilities with equivalent facilities. So that, some of this could be considered kind of operations and maintenance. The minor relocation of power lines up to 2,000 feet in length, conversion of overhead to underground, any facilities that have undergone environmental review by another agency, and power line facilities located in existing franchise or other designated corridors. And also exempted are construction of projects that are statutorily exempt pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Next slide, please. We also have exemptions to our exceptions to our exemptions in General Order 131D, and there are basically three things we look to. One is there's a reasonable possibility the activity could impact an environmental resource of hazardous or critical concern were officially designated by law by federal, state, or local agencies. Secondly, the cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time where they might be significant. And the third, which is always, I think, my favorite, there's a reasonable possibility the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. Next. I think that's the end of our sort of short review of what General Order 131D is. I know there's going to be another discussion about how we could structure this for gas projects. Obviously, we would not be dividing things up by voltage, but that might be considered for volume or pressure of gas pipelines, or those kinds of things. So I think that's pretty much the end of our brief discussion of General Order 131D.
I would like to add one thought, that the D on 131D signifies that we didn't quite get it right the first time. So it started off as General 131. Electric transmission projects are very large, and apparently nobody likes to see them. And so in its evolution from 131 to 131B to 131C to 131D was a constant request by communities to have the commission more involved in the siting of these facilities in their neighborhoods. So what how the general order has evolved, it's lowered the threshold by which applications need to come into the commission so that the projects get full consideration in a proceeding led by a administrative law judge and a full vote by the commissioners. And a lot of our impetus for making those changes were lawsuits filed by local communities. So I put that out there as an example that it's really hard to get these things right the first time. We learn a lot through experience with them, and in gas there might be even more policy considerations than how to approve projects like big electric transmission projects that have 7 to 10 year lead times. And so you're trying to sync up all these different programmatic goals on the electric side, like getting transmission to renewable sources and delivering it to load centers, and trying to think where we're going to be 7 to 10 years from now, and if the specific projects that we're linking up to now are going to fit the grid needs in the future. But this general order at least puts the commissioners in a position to weigh in and be a part of this decision making, and to ensure that the policies are lining up with the proposals that the utilities are bringing forward.
Thank you, Mary Jo and Jack. Next, we'll turn it over to Jennifer Everett, who will speak on behalf of PG&E.
Hi, thanks for having me today. Like mentioned, my name is Jenny Everett. I'm a principal land planner at PG&E, and I've been asked to speak on behalf of PG&E's experience with GO 131D. Happy to be here today. So I think one of the things to start with is, and Mary Jo and Jack did a great job kind of giving an overview of GO 131D, but I think a good place to start is what are some of the objectives of GO 131D? It ensures that major projects with significant environmental impacts are reviewed by the Commission. It also created a tiered permitting process. Notice an exempt system that provides system planners with certainty that most projects can be developed quickly with little risk of regulatory delays. It also provides clarity that local discretionary review of utility projects is preempted. I think it's also important to understand some of the things that happen prior in the life cycle of a project. So for example, the ISO reviews the grid to identify system upgrades that are needed through the transmission planning process. At this point in time, the utility begins to review the project. We start preparing design, we review the project to identify any permitting requirements of that project, and this is not limited to just the CPUC. If permits are being triggered, the utility files an application with those agencies that have a discretionary action. So what does GO 131D do for us? It establishes when major electric transmission lines and substation projects require CPUC permits, NOC advice letter filings, or neither, based on the likelihood that particular types of projects will have significant environmental impacts. It also exempts projects generally involved work on existing facilities, projects located in existing franchise and easements, or other work already reviewed under CEQA by other agencies given their low level of environmental impacts. Where permits are in fact required, it provides a process for environmental review when warranted under CEQA. It also demonstrates to local government that the CPUC, not local agencies, has discretionary authority over all electric projects, regardless as to whether GO 131D requires a commission permit. So what are some of the things that GO 131D doesn't do? GO 131D is not a system planning process. Purpose and need is beyond the scope of a PTC proceeding and is not a valid grounds for protest in an NOC. While CPCN proceedings include a review of publicness, convenience, and necessity, that review generally consists of validating the conclusions of prior system planning decisions and verify the proposed construction project is in fact still needed. GO 131D is also not a rate-making process. Project cost is beyond the scope of a PTC proceeding and is not a valid grounds for protest of an NOC. while CPCN proceedings for projects costing over $50 million identify the maximum, reasonable, and prudent cost of a project, those findings are not binding in future rate-making proceedings. So what is PG&E's experience with GO 131D? PG&E has extensive experience under the different tiers of GO 131D's permitting and notice exemption process. PG&E has applied for multiple PTCs and CPCNs under the major transmission line projects, thermal generation plants, and new and upgraded substations. And you can see here on the slide the different voltage classes that we have fallen under. PG&E has also completed hundreds of NOC advice letter filings for projects exempt from CPUC permit requirements. We have also completed countless informal consultation on land use matters with local governments. I think it's important to understand that there are a whole host of additional permits that are outside of GO 131D. PG&E is required to obtain and comply with all federal and state permits. As you can see here on the slide, these are a whole host, and this is not a comprehensive list. You can see on screen that we are required to comply with incidental take permits, streambed alteration, compliance with Clean Water Act, and many others. We are also required to comply with federal and state land management agencies' requirements and permits as well. So what are some of the successes of GO 131D? It does a great job of providing a forum for resolving multiple stakeholder disputes. Typically on electric transmission, these are related to aesthetics, EMF, or other local land use concerns, particularly on large projects passing through multiple jurisdictions where various competing interests must be weighed. Also, for the most part, it provides system planners with certainty through expedited approvals or exempt where appropriate based on environmental impacts. GO 131D also largely puts to rest government claims of discretionary authority over utility electric projects. What are some of the challenges with GO 131D? Where permits are required, the process can be costly and sometimes time-consuming. We've seen over the years the PEA guidelines have increased and now require surveys of all alternatives, including rebuild projects of existing facilities. We've also seen that for some of our applications, there is sometimes duplication of efforts for prior planning processes. And while the CPUC does a great job of mitigating significant environmental impacts where possible, mitigation costs have crept steadily upward and represents a significant percentage of overall cost of projects that require CPUC permits. Here on slide, you can see a representation. This is not all of PG&E's PTCs or CPCNs, but these are just some of them that have happened in the last several years. You can see the application date. This represents when PG&E is filing our application with the CPUC, and the approval date. This is when we're receiving authorization to proceed, and the timeline that this occurs. Sometimes this can happen in a little over a year, and sometimes this can take significantly more time, sometimes upwards to 3 to 4 years. I think it's also important to understand that PG&E typically spends over a year preparing the proponent's environmental assessment, or PEA, which includes surveys and environmental analysis prior to the permittee's application date. So does PG&E have a current project that we can speak to? We do. So the Estrella project, this is a current filing that we have with the CPUC for a PTC. The ISO approved the development of a new 230 70 kV Estrella substation and a new 70 kV power line that interconnects the substation to improve reliability to the San Luis Obispo area. The proponent's environmental assessment was submitted in January of 2017. The project has received multiple requests for additional information, which are available on the CPUC's website if you'd like to take a look. The cost in responding to those requests is currently at approximately $4.7 million. We are hopeful that this project will be able to move forward and the final EIR is expected in spring of 2022. I also spoke to PG&E's experience with filing hundreds of NOCs since 1995. What you can see here on screen is a representation of PG&E's last 4 years, the number of applications that we have filed per year, and the average turnaround timeframe of those filings. And as you can see, this process is much more streamlined and is a lot more predictable. So what are some of the major takeaways from today? GEO 131D can create unnecessary delays and costs for a project at times. But it can also be extremely helpful, especially when you're siting and routing new facilities when they're passing through multiple jurisdictions. GEO 131D approves construction and environmental review of individual electric projects. It is not a system planning process like the Cal ISO's transmission planning process. I think it's also important to remember that utilities are required to obtain and comply with the applicable federal and state permits, even when a permit is not required under GEO 131D. The agencies issuing these permits must comply with NEPA and CEQA environmental review requirements. Some examples of these would be the Endangered Species Act, 1602 stream bed alteration, and many others that were covered previously in the slides. So I ask you, what is the problem we're trying to solve for? Is there a demonstrated need for additional environmental permitting requirements on top of the many that already exist? And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of PG&E's experience with GEO 131D.
Thank you, Jenny. Next up, we have Albert Garcia, who will speak on behalf of SoCalGas.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and move the slide. Wrong direction. There we go. Good morning, everybody. I'm Al Garcia, and I currently serve as Director of Environmental Services for SoCalGas. I joined SoCalGas in 2010, and my prior experience within SoCalGas includes work as a senior counsel focused on environmental and land use matters, including matters subject to CEQA. My other prior experience currently includes, or previously included, 8 years of experience as a senior attorney at SCE, where I also focused on land use matters and assisted in permitting of large-scale infrastructure projects. So before I dive in to answer the question whether a new permitting regime is necessary for gas infrastructure, I would like to take a step back and look at the drivers that underpin the creation of GEO 131D. Essentially, the Commission created a permitting regime for electric infrastructure projects to address 3 main points. One, the review for cost and need for proposed electric projects, the review of environmental impacts of proposed projects that otherwise had no discretionary agency review triggering CEQA, and to clarify its peremptory authority vis-a-vis local jurisdictions on utility infrastructure matters. The need for 131D, the amendment that created 131D, was necessitated by 2 related issues. At the time, in 1995, IOUs were siting and constructing a large number of electric infrastructure projects in new locations as needed to build out their statewide systems. And the rational statewide build-out by IOUs was being hindered, some would say, by local authorities seeking to impose a patchwork of local requirements driven by local concerns, which my understanding inundated the CPUC with requests to determine whether local authority was indeed preempted. So currently, those drivers for electric permitting under 131D are largely absent with gas infrastructure activities. In terms of addressing the need and costs, from our perspective, there's currently no need for a general order to look at project needs and costs in the gas context because the Commission already does that in other contexts. For example, the Commission already reviews and approves the cost and need for gas projects in the general rate case. Further, In large-scale projects where SoCalGas is submitting a CPCN or amendment thereto, project needs and costs are also reviewed at that point in time. Additionally, my understanding is that the Commission's OIR for long-term gas system planning will look at the regulatory processes to determine the need for proposed infrastructure investments to safely and reliably, potentially on a 5-year to 10-year time horizon, as well as the planning process for larger term investments deemed necessary to advance the state's decarbonization goals. Consequently, another commission review within the general order context would, from our perspective, be redundant, and worse yet, it could be driving inconsistent determinations. In terms of environmental review, I'd suggest that the current processes are sufficient. First off, most of our routine work can trigger environmental review from agencies such as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as agencies such as the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And in most instances, non-routine, large-scale projects require regional or statewide discretionary approvals that trigger secret review from agencies such as South Coast AQMD, Coastal Commission, and sometimes indeed by the CPUC. And yes, while it is true that recently the Ventura Compressor Modernization Project did not require discretionary permitting, and as a result, secret review was not triggered. That tends to be uncommon and an exception rather than the rule. And notably, the CPUC retains jurisdiction to respond to complaints and concerns regarding gas infrastructure projects, and indeed did so for the Ventura project. Consequently, from our perspective, there's no pressing need to create a new permitting regime. Moreover, a general order is not necessary for routine construction and O&M work, as analogous work is also exempt in the electric infrastructure context. In terms of preemption concerns, my sense is that non-routine gas infrastructure projects are not being undertaken at the same rate as the electric infrastructure projects that were taking place at the time GO 131D was implemented. Relatedly, without the volume of new facilities, there's little administrative demand to address the preemption issue categorically. Local preemption of utility siting is at this point well established and can be addressed if needed by the Commission in specific instances. So preemption alone does not warrant a new general order. So as we take a step back, as I described the three-legged stool of GO 131D, project need review, environmental review, and preemption, as I've noted, the GRC and potentially the OIR for long-term gas system planning are going to be focused on project needs. Applicable environmental review is generally sufficient for non-routine and fairly uncommon gas infrastructure projects, and we can accommodate preemption issues on a case-by-case basis. So in essence, there's no compelling need for the general order to establish natural gas infrastructure permitting at this point in time. Well, we do not see a need currently for additional permitting framework for natural gas infrastructure projects. We do appreciate the opportunity to share topics for the Commission to consider if it moves forward with a new general order for natural gas infrastructure permitting. First, we would ask the Commission to ensure that any new general order does not subject critical modernization and safety pipeline safety projects to unreasonable delays and does not hinder ratepayers with unreasonable costs. Second, we'd suggest that certain types of activities should be exempt from the permitting order. One consideration could be projects that are part of a compliance or safety program. Another could be gas infrastructure projects that already require discretionary permitting and secret review by other agencies. And another could be for the routine construction and operation and maintenance activities that are analogous to the electric projects that are currently exempted under 131D. And in terms of setting particular screening criteria for which projects might need permits, we'd suggest the Commission consider criteria such as specified gas volume increases at a system receipt point and/or backbone transmission zone capacity, or alternatively, or in addition to, specified increases in horsepower for equipment. But if a project has been previously considered as part of a GRC or system-wide planning regime, then we'd suggest that project costs and needs should not be re-reviewed in order to avoid confusion or inconsistencies. Further, any new GO should state that local jurisdictions acting pursuant to local authority are preempted from regulating gas infrastructure projects. And then finally, we would ask that the Commission consider how to make the general order consistent with existing precedent under the Commission's regulation and under CEQA to establish why certain natural gas projects should be generally exempt from Commission and CEQA review. Also, we would suggest that any new general order account for environmental justice considerations within the general order itself. So with that, I thank you for your time and I look forward to taking questions later on.
Thank you, Albert. Next up, we have Matt Vespa, who will be speaking on behalf of Earth Justice.
Hi, thanks for having me. Okay, I got control of the slides. So yeah, I did the same thing. I went backwards. All right. Thanks for having me. I'm Matt Vespa. I'm a senior attorney at Earth Justice. I'm here to talk about the proposed compressor station expansion in Ventura that was referenced by Mr. Garcia. I got involved with this when I was contacted by community members who I had worked with in fighting the Puente gas plant a couple of years ago. And they were very concerned about this compressor station expansion that was moving ahead in their community without having any notice given to them. And we're trying to figure out how to navigate the PUC process and what recourse they might have. And as I dug into this, what it came to reveal to me is how inadequate existing PUC processes are in ensuring projects like this, which pose very significant public health, safety, environmental, and environmental justice concerns are meaningfully reviewed and provide opportunities for meaningful public engagement and notice. Okay, so just to give you a sense of what we're talking about here, this is an aerial view of the Ventura compressor station. It is in a disadvantaged community in Ventura. It's in the top 70 to 80% for pollution burdens under Cal Enviro screen, which this facility contributes to. If you're not familiar with what a compressor station is, they're basically a set of large engines that push gas through the system. These engines burn gas, and the proposed replacement engines would also burn gas, though other SoCalGas facilities do have electric compressor stations, which reduce noise and operational emissions. That is not what is being proposed here. As it currently stands, SoCalGas is planning to remove the existing compressor stations and build new ones with over twice the capacity at this site. It's my understanding it's very unusual to have compressor stations located in this type of environment with this many sensitive receptors, close to homes, close to a boys and girls club, and a block for an elementary school. They're usually much more remote. On top of the noise and air pollution they generate, there is also the risk of explosion. It's very rare, but it has happened. This is not a facility you want to live next to. It's not a facility you want to send your kids to school right by. The City of Ventura and local community members are very concerned about this project. Its construction means they will be exposed to air pollution and health and safety risks the facility will pose for decades longer. And on top of that, there's no confidence the community has in SoCalGas operating a facility like this in a manner that keeps them safe. This facility was a methane super emitter. Okay, there was a plume of methane coming from the site over the area surrounding the facility. The only way the community found out about this was from NASA satellite imagery. It took a NASA satellite to tell them there were methane plumes going over their community. And SoCalGas's explanation for this was that they had failed to tighten connection fittings on station metering equipment. I mean, this is not particularly reassuring. And as far as I know, SoCalGas has not been fined or in any way held accountable for this mismanagement. There's also something that happens with compressor stations called blowdowns. And this can happen when there is a need to quickly reduce pressure and gas is discharged. And one happened unexpectedly this summer with residents smelling gas and calling officials very concerned. If there ever was a project that needed environmental review to explore alternative locations away from homes and schools, mitigation like electric compressors, and making sure it's not oversized and properly accounts for future declines in gas demand, that can be anticipated or achieved through targeted electrification, this is it. And who's going to do that? Well, it's not the city of Ventura. As was referenced earlier, local governments are preempted from really doing anything about projects like this. And I was actually surprised when I dug into this, like how just broad the scope of preemption is. This last case on the slide here, City of Carlsbad, this was a situation where the city just wanted to enforce a violation of a dredging activity related to this power plant SDG&E was doing. And they couldn't even do that, even though the PUC had no regulations specifically addressing dredging. So it's quite encompassing, the preemption. And I think, because of that, I think there's really a responsibility for the PUC to do right by the local communities they're preempting and actually examine the environmental impacts of projects like this. And when we brought this up with the commission early on, we were told their regs don't cover this type of activity for CEQA, and that, well, there's the general rate case, which was referenced earlier, as a way to review these projects. Well, let's look at how completely inadequate general rate case review is for projects like this. This is a screenshot of basically all there was out of the volumes and volumes of testimony in SoCalGas's last general rate case relating to the Ventura Compressor Station project. It was all of 3 paragraphs. That's it. There was work papers that had like a page more, which kind of said the same thing and just basically said we need it because we need it. Is there any indication here this project is in a disadvantaged community? No. Is there any indication here this project is right by an elementary school? No. Were the city of Ventura, was the school district, were people that live nearby even informed this was getting reviewed by the PUC in the general rate case? No. It was only after they had approval from the PUC that SoCalGas went to the city of Ventura at a city council meeting and basically said, we have approval for this project. The PUC's authority is paramount. And, basically it's getting built. There's nothing you can do about it. So even if all this was disclosed in the GRC and there was notice, the GRCs are just much too cursory a forum to get at, some of these issues around alternatives and things like that. So here's a slide. This is just an aerial slide of the site. The yellow is where the compressor station is. So for example, because the proposed project would demolish the existing compressor stations and just build entirely new ones, you could put them anywhere on the transmission line. That's what those red squares are showing as alternative locations. You're not going to be able to do that at GRC. I mean, it's not the forum for that kind of inquiry. There's also this just need of overall need, which again, I think this level of granularity is not going to happen at a GRC where there's just tons and tons of different issues going on. And it's hard to look at anything with any level of granularity. And so here, the need for the project, first of all, they're doubling compression. They're more than doubling capacity here for this project. I think the rationale that was given is that there used to be some in-basin extraction of gas that was supplying the local area. That's no longer happening, so they need more compression to push more gas. I don't think that's really been scrutinized particularly sufficiently. And on top of that, the gas demand that they're assuming in the future is based off this business as usual forecast, which does not account for building electrification. And what this slide is from the CEC's AB 3232 decarbonization assessment, just showing how much gas demand for buildings will go down during various electrification scenarios. The aggressive scenario is the one we really need to achieve to hit our 2030 goals. But even under the moderate scenario, there's quite a bit less gas demand happening by 2030 in the region. And, this doesn't have to be particularly speculative. We can target electrification. Tech can target by zip code. We could find gas customers that use a lot of gas that might be good targets for electrification to achieve greater reductions in gas demand. So these are the things, we should be looking at when we're thinking about, how much we need to replace this facility and do we really need to double its capacity? So where things stand now is that in response to, a lot of community concern and pushback, the PUC has put a halt on this particular project, asking SoCalGas to do some different alternative analyses, not to spend any money until this happens. But I think, the community is certainly appreciative that there's been a pause to look at this project more closely, but continue to be frustrated because it falls short of environmental review that is needed here. And to some extent, this does feel performative and exclusionary, because what we have now is this bilateral process where the PUC is asking SoCalGas certain questions. SoCalGas is free to cater responses to sort of fit the project they want to build, and the public is still totally left out of this process. They aren't able to engage, and that is exactly what environmental review is for. So what we want to see here is actually doing an environmental assessment that puts this all before the public so we can really get at these issues and make sure, public is kept safe, alternatives are considered, and if this project is built, it's mitigated to the full extent it can be. And it's not like the commission hasn't done this before. This is just a little screenshot of an environmental assessment the commission did a couple of years ago for a compressor station replacement at Aliso Canyon. Now, from what I can tell, it was hard for me to figure out why they did it here, but from what I could tell, it was because there were other electric system upgrades happening for this particular project that triggered the environmental review. So I think, we have this kind of absurd situation right now where the compressor station upgrade in Aliso, which happened to have an electrical component, had environmental review. And by the way, they put electric compressor stations at that site. And we have this other project, this compressor station here, that doesn't have proposed electrical components, that is not getting environmental review, even though it's in a DAC, even though it's right by a school, even though there's extreme amount of community concern here. So we can make policies to remedy this going forward, but regardless of if and when that happens, we feel very strongly that environmental review has to happen for this project. So in thinking about what project-specific review might look like going forward, these are just some initial thoughts I had. I'm still digging into this. But certainly I think what might make sense is for the commission to figure out, what projects are getting environmental review, what aren't, and what gaps do we need to fill. So compressor stations, as I just talked about, if they're not tied to some other triggering event in the general order 131D, are not getting environmental review. Maybe this is something we want to make sure it gets that going forward. In SoCalGas's GRC, these were divided into large, medium, and small categories. Maybe it's the large ones. Maybe transmission line investments above a certain amount. So for example, line 3602, which was a proposed 36-inch new pipeline, SoCalGas had proposed a while ago, because that was a new transmission line, that was getting environmental review. But what happened was when the PUC rejected that, what SoCalGas ended up doing was then move to replace an existing line 1600. It was 16 inches. They had originally proposed to build this new, bigger pipeline and just derate this line, take it out of transmission service. Instead, they then moved to replace this line, keep it in transmission service for $677 million. And because it was a replacement, it did not get environmental review, even though it was $677 million. And even though you could have derated it out of transmission service for a cost of $15 million. So there was an alternative on the table that was, a fraction of the cost of what they ended up doing. And if we are serious about controlling stranded assets, we cannot be letting $677 million replacement projects fall through the cracks. I think also there was referenced earlier in the presentation, this sort of exemption to exemptions. I think in any case where there is a project that's going to cause certain public health, safety, environmental justice issues, like the Ventura compressor station, the commission just needs to do the environmental review in that circumstance, particularly here when there would be no other agency to do it. And then I think just more broadly, the GRC process is just not a good place to look at alternatives to capital investments in the gas system. The timeframes are way too short. You're not going to be able to devise alternatives like targeted electrification if it's all in the GRC process. So I think something worth thinking about is how we pull out capital investments in the system from above a certain price threshold out of the GRC process. So we can look at alternatives, maybe in a group or lump sum. It may not be project-specific review, but something needs to change in how we're doing this going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you to all of our panelists. We now have an opportunity for Q&A. As a reminder, again, please utilize the chat box to ask your question. Specify which panelist the question is for, or you can use the raise your hand feature. I do see we have one question. It isn't directed to a specific panelist, so I will open it up to anyone who'd like to answer the question. The question is from Jason Zeller, who asks, is GO 131D used to authorize repairs of existing transmission/distribution lines when there is a natural disaster such as a forest fire or earthquake?
Hi, can I take on that question, Christina? I also had some pushback for all of our other panelists that I wanted to raise up too. But to answer Mr. Zeller's question, no, emergency situations, you're kind of operating outside of GO 131D. The main construct is environmental review and CEQA. And so in emergencies, CEQA kind of lets people go out and address those emergencies without doing all the planning that would prevent the needs being met of the people who are in that emergent situation. So for wildfires that happen in rebuilding, you know, we want service to be restored to customers as soon as possible. And that's consistent with kind of how CEQA views emergency repairs. So that would kind of, yeah. But a few things that I wanted to raise that I heard. One, Jenny mentioned the Estrella project and how long it's taking, that it had already gone through the CAISO project. In that project, PG&E proposed a $100 million distribution level substation that was a component of a independent transmission operators award by the CAISO to supply the transmission into the community that it needed. The CAISO doesn't review distribution level projects, so they just okayed that plan based on PG&E's word. And our process is taking longer because we're looking at distributed energy resources to meet that need in lieu of a $100 million PG&E built substation. For Matt, a lot of good points. We're looking at engineering alternatives currently for the project that he referenced, the compressor station project. That was our fastest way to get to whether there are feasible alternatives and what those costs would be to the location of the project. CEQA, for all of its pluses, has done a really poor job over the years with environmental justice issues. And the commission's actually adopted a better environmental justice plan that we're rolling out now than CEQA requires. And one of the problems with CEQA with existing facilities, a lot of times you're just going to get more impacts no matter where you go to look for an alternative. And so a lot of times, even though it might be a bad planning to keep that facility there, considering who its neighbors are, from a CEQA perspective, it might look like the environmentally preferred alternative because everywhere else you're breaking new ground and having biological impacts and other type of impacts. So the commission's looking at those different alternatives of where this station could go, but it's outside of the CEQA process. And then I heard SoCalGas talk about both preemption and having other resource agencies involved looking at projects that they propose. Mary Jo and I talk to other resource agencies all the time. They don't like it when we stick them with a bunch of work because we're not taking the lead in being the lead permitting agency and organizing the environmental process around them. So we want to also be aware and responsible about state government workload issues. So that's one of the possibilities that could be rectified, or one of the issues that could be rectified with a gas general order. And also at staff, we don't really like the gas company deciding when they're going to submit a permit for a site-specific project or not. So the gas companies now look and see where the most streamlined permitting would be. Sometimes it's the PUC, which leads to an application, a full proceeding. Sometimes it's not. So a general order would let the commission kind of dictate what circumstances a gas company comes in to us for.
Thank
Thank-
you,
thank
Jack.
you.
We have a few more questions. Marcel Hawiger asks, please give examples of the types of large gas projects that would be covered for a gas GO 131. Is it mostly compressor stations and storage fields? Would gas pipeline replacements be covered?
Hi, everybody. This is Mary Jo. Well, I think that is a great question and something that the PUC needs to figure out. Certainly, compressor stations, gas pipeline replacements, new gas pipelines. Those are all sort of different areas that could be considered. I know that when we did environmental review for the gas pipeline, I think it's called 3602, that Matt mentioned, it ended up that that project was deemed not necessary. And the result was that the existing 16-inch pipeline that was being used ended up being replaced, and it was a very expensive project. And it does, that really does point out kind of the, it's not always a level playing field when you look at different projects and how they're reviewed. And, from the outside, that does look odd that we ended up doing a project that was probably as expensive as the proposed project. But actually, the new project that was proposed had a lot of environmental impacts that the replacement of the existing project didn't have. So it's kind of hard to determine, but certainly I think looking at compressor stations, regulating stations, and valve stations would probably be, an area to look at, similar to an electric substation. Gas pipeline replacements. It's an interesting area to consider. Normally for electric transmission line replacements, we don't always do environmental review on those. It kind of depends. And, a lot of times with gas pipelines, as they get older, they get derated so that they remain in place, but the pressure on the pipelines, it gets reduced. And that seems to address safety concerns, but not always. So, that might be another area to look at.
Can I just add here, I do think replacements do need to be on the table for this new order because we have different policy concerns here on the gas side, the electric side, and that's stranded asset risk. And I think the line 1600 example showed $677 million for an avoidable expenditure created a lot of stranded asset implications. And so the policies around controlling and managing the system and limiting stranded assets really, I do think, militate for more review of costly replacements, which are just not getting them right now.
Well, yeah, but you also have to consider the safety implications. And I think, we always have to put public safety first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in that particular situation, SoCalGas testified that if you derated line 1600 and avoided this replacement under the derating, you could they would not have safety implications. You could manage it safely, and so that's the type of thing we wanted to see evaluated publicly in that process. And so, when you avoid the environmental review process or don't do it, people can't weigh in, and that's part of the problem. It really takes the public out of all of this and other viewpoints. And so if there's a way to, do some kind of review process that engages stakeholders, maybe there's more points that can be brought in that would otherwise be missed. And that was the frustration with what happened with 1600. And there was an ALJ decision that would have had more review, which got overridden by the commission. I mean, it was a very frustrating experience, and I don't think it's an experience we should be continuing going forward.
Thank you both. I think we have time well, we're out of time, but I'd like to ask one more question. We have two additional questions, but we're going to have to save those for the very, very end when we're done with all the presentations. Norman Peterson asks if SoCal Gas has a response to Mr. Vespa's points made in his presentation.
With regards to the points made in his presentation, specifics or just generally?
The question was asked after his presentation, so I assume it's regarding.
Got it. Yeah, so what I could say is I appreciate Mr. Vespa's concerns. I know that from our perspective, the facility has been there in place. The facility is going through the Ventura modernization project is going through permitting review over at the Ventura APCD, as well as it's currently being reviewed by the CPUC from an operational perspective, that we're going to be looking at alternatives, not just to the alternative that was previously proposed, but we're looking at whether other alternatives such as electric or electric hybrid alternatives will work well at that site. We're also looking at alternative site locations too. So with that, I think if you take a step back and look at the permitting regime on how it works now, I believe that the system functioned as it was intended. There is a complaint process. The folks, including Matt Vespa, complained about the process. The CPUC paid attention, and now we're responding to the CPUC's questions. And mind you, we can't just put out anything that we think, without regard to thinking about the truth. We are subject to Rule 1 violations if we're being untruthful or misleading. So we have to be thoughtful about how we respond. So in that respect, what I can say is I appreciate his concerns. We're also just trying to be thoughtful about putting forth the best project we can at that site.
Thank you, Albert. All right, I think we're going to have to move on to the next panel. Then thank you so much to the panelists who spoke on the first question.
Christina?
Yes.
Christina, excuse me for 1 second. Two quick things. One, I think Commissioner Houck has joined us, and she may want to give some opening remarks. And I know we're out of time now, but Mr. Garcia, you mentioned at the very end of your presentation that a new GO should account for environmental justice consideration. So hopefully after this workshop, or if we have time at the end of the day, you can send us what you have in mind in particular. I know we don't have time to talk about it right now. Sorry, Christina.
No, that's an excellent point. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Houck, if she's on, to say a few words.
Thank you. I apologize for being a little late. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Rechtschaffen for his leadership and for staff for all of the work in putting the workshop together. I also just wanted to note as the assigned commissioner for the affordability proceeding R1807-006, I'm particularly interested in the cross-cutting issues on gas affordability and the necessary coordination that needs to happen between this proceeding and the affordability proceeding. So to that end, I just hope that as going forward, we can consider the many important questions that are being teed up in today's discussion, both from an environmental justice perspective for this last panel, it was great to hear, and the affordability issues going forward. So I look forward to the rest of the presentations, and the initial ones were very informative. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. Next up, our panel will be discussing scoping memo question 2.1b. Panelists here will have an opportunity to present for up to 15 minutes. First up, we have Brian Wingett, who'll speak on behalf of PG&E.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Wingett. I'm the Director of Gas Investment Planning with PG&E. Previously, I was the Director of Transmission Integrity Management and Asset Family Owner for transmission pipes. So a lot of experience in this area, and happy to get the opportunity to talk about it. And I will tell you, I just got over COVID, so I have to go on mute and cough. I apologize. I got a Christmas present from my niece, so apologize for that ahead of time because I know it's going to come. All right, so there's one main question here, scoping question 2B, which I won't read to you, and it's broken into 3 different parts. Should repair replacement criteria be based on whether that piece of infrastructure is necessary to meet design standards as determined in track 1? PG&E believes the simple answer is yes. Don't need to read it out to you, but there's a couple drivers, and I'll get into those in the subsequent questions, but I wanted to take an opportunity to really say that questions being answered or asked here have actually changed PG&E's way it does business over the last 3-4 years. We've previously, we were really stuck on if you owned it, you kept it running, you maintained it, and the opportunity to expand would come someday, so you didn't want to give up infrastructure. That mentality has been changing. Got a couple examples here. I've got a lot more in my back pocket if needed, but big one, $80 million. It's TNS, a compressor station. This is a compressor station that brings gas down from Canada. It's basically in the middle of Northern California. Through reviews of our system and our flow and breaking down where the gas infrastructure and gas flow looks like it needs to go, we were actually able to change our plan from replacement to actually retiring this compressor station. So I think that gets into really what this commission really wants to see is, are the gas systems just growing or holding tight to what they own, or are they changing? And then at the same time, we set up the bottom example, an integrated scoping team, and that includes electrification. And we've been able to electrify around 100 customers, and it's led to being able to deactivate a few dozen miles of transmission pipe, downrating more of our system, eliminating high pressure regulators. Those are usually serving farmers or single customers out off our transmission line to the tune of over 100 of those. And then also eliminating reg stations as well. Those are above ground stations that we use to bring down the pressure to serve customers. So the idea of regulating the company needs to see, are they taking the right actions? I'm almost kind of flipping it in that we are, and how do we better show you that we are? Because I think the proactive part, as Ginny kind of talked about, it is very costly for PG&E on the electric side, and it slows up things. And we hate to lose opportunities because some of these things are smaller projects that are tight turnarounds. And if we're being asked to prove their need, we may lose that customer acceptance of letting go of their gas system and going all electric. And I'll get into that a little bit more in the future. Next slides. So what is the other criteria that might be considered? High priority, I've already heard it from a few other people, safety, risk, of course, reliability, compliance. A big one that we've run into is obligation to serve. If we could eliminate 10 miles of pipeline, if 4 customers go to electric and one says no, we don't have that opportunity. We still have to keep that pipeline. And of course, there's another one. It's relocation as required by others. That's just a requirement there. I threw out these 3 bullet points, and we can get into it, but probably not here further down the road. But there are some federal regulations that make us do a lot of work on our system and maintain safety. And at the same time, those kind of come to a requirement to have multiple ways to feed a customer. One of the big ones is Inline Inspection, subpart O, that's transmission integrity management. So some people might look at our system. You see feeding San Francisco, we have 3 transmission lines that come up the peninsula to go to San Francisco. And you could do some calculations and figure out we could actually support San Francisco with 2 of those lines running at full capacity. But the problem is we're required to do regular maintenance per subpart O of the federal regulations to ensure the safe operation of those lines. And we have to take them out of service certain times of the 7-year cycle to make sure they're operating correctly and don't have any safety integrity issues. And so you can't eliminate one of the lines because then you wouldn't be able to serve the city of San Francisco, and the opportunity to use something like LNG, CNG, compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, we wouldn't be able to use that much. It'd be too many trucks and that kind of stuff. So you can't just look at a system and say simplistically, could you feed them at high peak time, because you have to have some flexibility, operational flexibility to be able to handle those required maintenance activities that happen on a regular cadence. The last bullet point down here, cost effectiveness of opportunities. We've run into these while we're trying to do this. Like I said, obligation to serve, customer feasibility. We've run into a lot of different industries that require natural gas. You get down into gas blowing, Procter and Gamble, medicines. So there are different criteria out there that we need to meet to make sure our customers are able to do business as they do currently. And I believe one of the commissioners talked about electricity as well. We're still a big, important part of serving the electrical needs of the state right now. We've been running into as well funding questions. We've had some big opportunities to electrify like colleges in the state. We've also tried to work with the military, some of their areas as well. But we're running into the funding of changing the structure of our customer. So that's expense funding versus a capital funding of us redoing our system to continue to serve. So this has been floating around for a couple of years, been in some of the commission's discussions around this area. And it's definitely, it's a financial question of how do you make it financially viable for the customer and for the utility and for the ratepayers to convert people from gas and electricity to electric. And that's just the base infrastructure change, not talking about the rate structures on electric on top, because it is typically more expensive when you get into the higher tiers of electric. All right, so last one, how should the cost to repair or replace infrastructure be balanced against its reliability benefits? So I kind of touched on this on their slide 2. Is there a continued need for the pipeline? So we laid these out in 4 different questions the commission could ask. Is it required to meet customer needs? And like I described on the San Francisco Peninsula 3-line example, is it needed to meet operational needs, maintenance needs that are required by compliance? Is an investment required to safely operate and maintain the utility gas system? So there are a lot of regulations on what's allowed to be in your, defects are allowed to be on your pipeline. We typically follow those to the letter of the law. You can see a picture down here in the bottom right. You wouldn't want something like this near your house. These are the kind of things that we want to find and replace before they get worse. Will the investment enable the gas utility to meet its obligation to serve? Same kind of talk we've had before, but is this something that where we have to meet this customer's needs? There's a lot of restaurants out there that are very hesitant to give up natural gas. We've got to walk through that with induction, cooking, things like that. We have an online system that we bring people to kind of test it out, but it's still up to the customer. The utility has no right now that I'm aware of to tell a customer, we will not serve you natural gas, even though for the greater good, environmentally, it would be able to reduce our system quite significantly. And then lastly, will the gas investment allow utility to respond effectively and cost effectively to active threats on its system? So I'll bring this back to an example of like compressor stations. We do operate and maintain extra compressors on our compressor stations because they fail on a regular cadence. Not super often. When I say fail, they shut down and are unable to push gas through the system. So we have to have operational flexibility to be able to send gas through the system. Same idea with defects in your pipelines. We need to be able to shut down a line and still be able to serve large city centers. This picture in the top right I put on here is a liquid natural gas injection site. And you can see this was due to a single line serving a small city. And we were able to use trucks to be able to bring in natural gas. But this is highly impactful to the environment in its own way. We're typically driving natural gas out from Southern California all the way up. This is, I think, Santa Cruz area, and shipping that on a daily basis. So there's a lot of other GHG emission issues by eliminating a gas line that would be taken on if that gas line has reliability concerns. So just something to think about out there. And then lastly, PG, we just want to give you on this bottom the opportunities in the gas system. Where we've seen it's mostly been low utilization, so less use of gas, and high maintenance cost facilities. So HPRs, high pressure regulation, typically called like farm taps or older gas gathering lines. We've seen a lot of opportunity to reduce here. This is how we've been able to prune our system internally with our current regulations. And so if the obligation to serve and the financial stuff, we're able to become more amiable toward these changes, we could further reduce our transmission system and then also expand that into our distribution system as it goes. That's it for me, Karen.
Thank you, Brian. I'd like to next invite Michael Colvin, who will present on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Michael Colvin. I'm at EDF and here to also speak about some of these issues. When thinking about the criteria, and I'm going to try and connect this a little bit to some of the conversation we heard in the first panel about revisions to a general order as well. Well, what are the criteria of determining whether aging infrastructure to be repaired or replaced? Well, first one, what's the function of what's being repaired or replaced? I think Mary Jo put it really well that not all pipe is the same. It doesn't serve the same function. And so a small distribution pipe, as Byron just sort of alluded to, out and with very few customers dedicated attached to it, is a very different prospect than a main transmission or something that's main backbone. And so we need to have sort of different standards of what is the function or capability of what's being considered for repair and replace. I think the next one is, well, what are the customers that are going to benefit from the repair or replace project? As Jack alluded to at the beginning of all of this, there's a public convenience and necessity, but built into the CPCN process is this question of that this investment of a repair or replace project is in the ratepayer's best interest and that there is no other project that is more cost effective. And you have to also determine that not just sort of in the theoretical, but who are the customers themselves that are actually going to benefit from this project. My concern about using the 131D model really comes back to this question of customers. And so the next one I'm going to speak to on the length of time. But this is not, 131D was really designed to try and streamline the build process under CEQA reviews and under NEPA and to really try and get at how do we get stuff built fast. We're trying to do almost the exact opposite. It's sort of how do we recognize that the gas system is still going to be around, but it's going to be look pretty different from where we're at today. And it's all about a managed contraction of the gas system in the places that make sense. And where it doesn't make sense if the function says, no, we need to keep the system around, how do we make certain that the core of that is going to be used for customers over time? And so understanding that and understanding how the customer use itself is going to shift is going to be really important. There was a specific part of the scoping memo that asks about the reliability needs of the end of the project and should we just be doing everything to hit the reliability standard. And I think I come back to, well, the reliability standard of the customer base that you have today might be different by the end of the expected useful life of the replacement project. If you have a customer that you know is not going to be using the gas system come 15 years from now, but it's a 40-year expected useful life, then why are you building to that standard? It doesn't make sense. So you really need to think about what the projected customer needs are going to be as you're considering that project. And I hinted at this, but the last criterion that I think is really important here is how long will this asset be used and useful? As Byron just sort of hinted at, it used to be that the gas system that we would build pipe for however long the technical expected useful life of the project was going to be. And now that might not be the case, that we might have an expected useful life that is shorter than technical life of a project. And so if we are going to compress the amount of time, is that still a cost-effective option out there? If we know that we're only going to need this project for 20 years as opposed to 40, 50, 60 years, does it still make sense? And how do we recover costs over a shorter period of time? How do we sort of account for that in the right way? And so I think these three criteria of if you're looking at adopting some sort of general order model, I think these are going to be three things that we should definitely be considering. I did want to take the opportunity to just sort of ask the question, well, why are we making a new investment? how does that investment fit into a new long-term plan? There was a GridWorks stakeholder process. There was both the first report that sort of showed a managed transition was going to be 5 times better from an affordability perspective compared to an unmanaged transition. But then the follow-up GridWorks process, which had a lot of the stakeholders that you're hearing from today, said, all right, here's how we do a gas reliability investment plan. Here's how we go through and make this happen. And you really do need to have a vision, a long-term target in mind of here's what you're trying to hit and why. And so as we are thinking about this repair and replace projects, I think the utility is going to need to make an affirmative showing as to what does this investment goal, what does this investment accomplish and why? And I think they also have to affirmatively show, can the same goal be accomplished in some other way? Is there a different type of investment? Is there a non-pipeline investment, a non-pipeline alternative, excuse me? Is there some other way that this can be done? And the utility needs to make that showing affirmatively at the front end of this process. I think the utility also needs to say, who's going to pay for this? The cost of reliability and the cost of what the service is going to be is really different for a large C&I customer than than other core customers. And we have to recognize that, well, what this repair and replace is going to look like, it is no longer going to be an appropriate model of, oh, we're just going to peanut butter all the costs across all the customers as we've been doing, but there is going to be different cost responsibilities depending on what the customer use is going to be. I did want to specifically bring up this question of the obligation to serve and sort of, is the existing infrastructure the only way to do it? In my personal opinion, and I think that the commission itself has some latitude here, is that the obligation to serve can be interpreted as, how do we give customers reliable energy? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a gas product. It might very well be that the most sense is out there is a gas product, but it could be an alternative fuel product. It could be an electric product. There's other forms of fulfilling that obligation to serve. And we need to think that through a little bit. The commission has a very long history, especially in distribution planning, on non-wires alternatives. And so we need to be thinking about, how do we adopt that into a non-wires alternative and use that as a model perhaps for non-pipeline alternatives. I last just wanted to sort of mention here that does this investment help with the utility meeting its vision of how they and on behalf of their customers are going to hit the carbon reduction goals that are established either by the commission or by the Air Resources Board or by whatever entity that is out there. There are different types of carbon emissions that are implicated by the gas system. And we need to think out, well, does this investment actually help run counter to or actually help achieve and facilitate the reduction goals that we're looking at? The last part of this that I think in terms of, well, how do we know if we're going to be doing a repair and replace? I completely agree with something that was hinted at in the first panel of the GRC may not be the appropriate place to be doing this, and we might want to be pulling projects out a little bit more holistically. But I do think there needs to be an overarching plan of, here's the vision that the utility has, and now here is how this specific project is going to help meet that vision that the utility has. And that looks like a gas investment priority order to me. And so we think about non-pipeline alternatives to optimize total demand, and we deploy energy efficiency and fuel switching programs and targeted electrification programs to help reduce that total customer demand. We do some non-pipeline alternatives as well to address peak day constraints, and we look more heavily at gas demand response programs. The commission essentially has, in my personal opinion, historically very underinvested in gas demand response programs. And that might be a far more cost-effective way of displacing the need for a repair and replace. And we need to think about, well, what's going to reduce lost unaccounted for fuel, because that is essentially methane emissions. How are we going to do that through leak detection? And how are we going to go after methane risks? There is a history of prioritizing methane risks that are out there, methane leaks, excuse me, that are out there. But we're going to need to prioritize our repairs and replacements that we do have out there, not just for reliability, but also to mitigate against climate harm from a leak. And so as we are thinking out, why are we making these investments? I think really going after methane and methane hard is there a way to reduce the amount of methane leak that's coming out of the system from this repair replace project? Is that the right thing? Or is doing some sort of non-pipeline alternative going to be an even better solution? And these are the types of the questions that the Commission should wrestle with. And last but not least on this gas investment priority order, I think that the Commission should leverage certain things like gas trading reforms and better predictions of the advanced metering infrastructure. We don't have really good time of use rates for gas. We kind of think of it as a monthly and seasonal product, but there are better ways of predicting gas usage, especially with all the starts and stops that we're having for gas right now for balancing renewable generation. There really is becoming a need for more granular price signals for gas, and we could be deploying that in such a way that would probably curb some more gas usage. So we need to be thinking about this in this way, in my opinion. And I think we can ask the gas utilities, articulate your vision of how are you going to hit your GHG reduction target? How is your investment long-term plan going to hit that target? And then we can look at the individual repair and replace projects and say, all right, now how does this fit into the greater whole? And here's why. My last point here, I think this is my last substantive slide, is from an affordability perspective, and Commissioner Houck just spoke to this, is that non-pipeline alternatives can have significant cost savings. The utilities have a built-in incentive to build, expand, and maintain infrastructure. That is just sort of how rate base works. And so there may be a way of saying, well, look, if there's a non-pipeline alternative, is there a way to share those savings in some way between the customers and the shareholders? If we're talking about a 5x price difference between a managed and an unmanaged price contraction of the system, if we're talking about that big of a difference, we should figure out ways and strategies to reward the utility for a prudent management of the contraction of the system in the circumstances where it makes sense. And so we should think about this in that way. As we're thinking about how the utilities have to make some sort of an affirmative showing and let the parties look at the non-pipe alternatives, we should recognize that it's probably a different time horizon. The expected useful life of a physical plant is going to be really different than a non-pipeline alternative. So we need to think about that time value of the savings. And that gets into depreciation rates, it gets into recovery timeframes, it gets into, well, do we want more rate relief right now through incentives? How do we want to balance that out? And so I think the Commission should come up with what is the time horizon for the non-pipeline alternatives? What is the timeline for the expected useful life of the repair and replace project? And how do we make that an apples to apples comparison as much as possible? And with that, I think that was my last slide. So thank you all so much for your time and attention. Look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you, Michael. Next up, I'll invite Catherine Yep, who's speaking on behalf of the Southern California Generation Coalition.
Hi, and Christina, you are going to control my slides for me, right? I believe
This is Karen.
we agreed on that.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Your slides.
Okay, there we go. Yes, I am Kathy Yap. I'm here on behalf of Southern California Generation Coalition. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so the first question we were asked was, what criteria should the Commission use to determine whether aging transmission infrastructure should be repaired or replaced when a gas utility requests ratepayer funds? So next slide, please. And the question of whether you should repair or replace speaks to the quality or the way a pipeline ages. Many of the pipelines, particularly the transmission pipelines on the system, were built many, many years ago. So and this is true throughout the country. So in 2012, the Inga Foundation addressed the question of whether the age of the pipeline was the factor in determining whether you should repair or whether you should replace rather than repair. And the study, after going through a great deal of data, concluded that the age of the natural gas transmission pipeline was not the overriding factor in determining the safety of that pipeline for continued operation. And the federal government has developed safety standards over that same time frame and has added more recently some additional safety requirements under CFR 192 subpart O. And at this point, regular safety assessments are required. Every 7 years, pipelines have to be tested to determine whether they need repair. And in my opinion, lines should be repaired rather than replaced wherever it's cost effective to do that, and that the repair is sufficient to meet the safety standards. So again, it's the safety drives the system, but the assumption is not that just because a line is older, you shouldn't assume it should be replaced. What you do is you evaluate it. You look carefully at the line, you follow, basically follow the requirements, and there's a rational engineering process that determines the most cost-effective means to ensure pipeline safety. And then you ensure pipeline safety, you ensure reliable operations. Next slide, please. Okay, and then the question is, should the repair or replacement criteria be based on whether that piece of infrastructure is necessary to meet the utility's design standards? And that's, we talked about a great deal in track 1. Next slide, please. So in my opinion, each pipeline has to be evaluated to determine whether it's functionally necessary. And that's the basis upon which you determine whether you want the line. Because a line's expensive in terms of the cost of the line and also the maintenance of the line. And we've talked about the safety requirements that are, you have that requirement. Every 7 years, that line has to be evaluated. And the need for the line should be periodically evaluated. We heard PG&E's speaker referring to situations where the company has evaluated whether in fact a line is truly necessary. Now, it's less likely that you would be able to take out a transmission line. It's not impossible, but it's harder because transmission lines serve more folks than a distribution line. But again, the utility should be thinking about that. What can we do? How can we manage our system as efficiently as possible? And it's a regular process that needs to be performed in order to assure the company that each line is in fact useful and necessary to the system. If assuming that the line is necessary, then you've got to do the safety, you have to meet the safety requirements, and it's driven off that 7-year cycle for evaluating whether the line needs repair and whether that repair would need replacement. So, and again, it's the most cost-effective means. These are engineering studies that are performed, and they show up in general rate cases as proposed safety, the safety related determinations. Sometimes the line is proposed to be replaced, sometimes it's proposed to be repaired, and it becomes a determination of cost effectiveness. Again, safe operations rely on well-maintained pipelines, and well-maintained pipelines provide reliable service. Again, not the assumption that you should be replacing lines, but rather you back your way through the process, and the determination is a rational, cost effectiveness evaluation. Next slide, please. Okay, so then what other criteria might be considered? Next slide. In some situations where you're dealing with an unusual situation where perhaps you've got very high priority customers on the system, an unusual circumstance, a good example from the electric generation perspective is a generator who's serving a load pocket. So if that line, if that gas line has to be taken out of service, you're basically denying the local electric utility will be unable to serve the area because it's a load pocket. You can't bring in service through, say, another transmission line or something like that. And so you have a more of a burden, I think, on the gas utility to assure ongoing gas service. This could take place with a commercial customer whose feedstock has to be natural gas, and there's not a clear substitute for that. And also, if the line was serving exclusively the highest priority residential customers, that might be another situation where repairs might not be sufficient in a given situation, and the utility might propose to replace the line. So again, it's one of these things that's case by case, and it's a cost effectiveness evaluation that is also an input into that cost effectiveness calculation is the priority and the nature of the service, the details of the situation. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next question was how the cost to repair or replace the infrastructure be balanced against its reliability benefits. Okay, next slide, please. So from an overall perspective in terms of gas planning, and we talked a lot about this in track 1, but we need to remember that gas utilities do have the ability to curtail larger customers rather than to build to the maximum extent to meet extreme weather related demands. And the reliability standards do reflect this flexibility. The reliability standards combined with customer load levels and load locations drive the determination of which transmission lines must be operated. And the utility is required by state and federal regulations to maintain the safe system. So if the pipelines are operating, you have to do the safety inspections. Again, hearkening back to PG&E's presentation, hence you have the 3 lines running up the peninsula rather than the 2 lines running up the peninsula, because you have to be able to take a line out of service periodically. So there are these sorts of trade-offs that exist, safety versus reliability, and it's something, again, that has to be done mindfully. Again, we recommend that the utility pursue the most cost-efficient, cost-effective approach to maintaining its system that meets both safety and reliability standards that have been imposed upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next up, we have Mark Pachta, who will speak on behalf of Cal Advocates.
Thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners, advisors, all participants and attendees to the workshop. My name is Mark Pachta. I'm a program manager with the Public Advocates Office, and I've worked a number of years on natural gas matters before the commission. I haven't prepared a formal presentation. I'm here to present some initial views and perspectives on the matter. And the main reason for this is our division, like everyone else, is really at the initial stages of considering these issues and how to address them. And we're also interested in hearing the perspectives of the other parties. And so I wanted to, as a precursor, state that. The scoping memo starts with, should the repair replacement criteria be based on whether the price of the infrastructure is necessary to meet utilities design standards. And public advocates would agree that the utilities design standard is really imperative to such a determination for funding for transmission infrastructure. Then it goes on to ask what other criteria should be considered, and the parties have actually addressed many of that and those issues, and we would agree with a lot of the other parties. One of the main criteria that should be considered is other operational considerations on the system. And again, PG&E gave their example that serving San Francisco, there's unique operational considerations that have to be taken into account there. Another example, everyone is aware of the Southern California system. They have their Southern system minimum capacity requirements. So again, that's another unique operational consideration that has to be looked at when funding. So it's not strictly based on the utility design standard. Other operational considerations could involve the movement of gas to certain facilities, again, like storage facilities or unique non-core customer facilities. And again, PG&E gave an example more so on the contraction of the system of dealing with removing some of their gas gathering facilities. That would be an example of some situation where you could actually remove facilities from service based on the unique system characteristics of a customer. The other consideration that you have to have is contractual issues with regard to core capacity and non-core firm capacity and matching up interstate and intrastate transmission rights. Those might not always perfectly align with the utility design standards. They should be fairly close, but they might not be perfect. Again, that has to be a consideration in the future. And another big consideration, I don't think that has been discussed, is really the resiliency of the state system. The state, California is really fortunate in that it has access from a number of producing regions across the country. They access Canada, they access the Rocky Mountains, they access a number of Southwest gas producing regions such as San Juan and Permian, and that's a very unique situation to be in. So what another consideration is going to be is it actually might be cost effective to retain and invest in transmission capacity to continue to retain access to various interstate pipelines and producing regions for system flexibility, for enhanced resiliency, and what's been referred to as the past as gas on gas competition, because you may want to retain access to regions where you're not sure of the pricing, which basin's going to be priced. The pricing changes from basin to basin or from different areas, and so even though it might not always be optimal to retain all the capacity, you still might want to do it to retain that system flexibility that you get. So there's a number of probably other considerations that I haven't touched on here, but the last thing the scoping memo talks to is the cost to repair and replace be balanced against reliability benefits. And again, I think that's what I was talking to with that last point, because this is really a difficult issue because you're going to have various parties with different interests, and you're going to have a number of different perspectives and considerations when you're looking at this issue of system flexibility and access to producing basins And so there's going to be a lot of, or some subjectivity that comes to bear. And so these types of issues are likely have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, because it's pretty difficult to establish a set of criteria now when you really don't know what the future holds with regard to accessing different regions of the country in different producing basins, and especially in light of the expectation of decreases in natural gas demand on the system. And so that's really the extent of my remarks today. I did want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to speak to these issues and provide some of our initial thoughts. And I want to thank Energy Division for inviting us to speak. And I do want to say that from public advocates' viewpoint, we value these different perspectives and thoughts of the participants in the OIR proceeding, and we look forward to collaborating in the future with the various parties as the state moves forward to address these very unique issues in the OIR. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your presentation. That concludes all of our presentations for this panel. So we'll go ahead and jump into Q&A. Again, as a reminder, please use the chat box to ask your questions, or utilize the raise hand feature to verbally ask a question. Our first question is from Marcel Haueger for any of the panelists. Please clarify what type of pipeline, transmission, local transmission, or distribution was decommissioned by PG&E due to the electrification of 100 customers. How was it accomplished? I actually think this question is directed to PG&E.
Yeah, definitely. So this is a very long question to answer because this is dozens of projects. I can say it hit all. What I was referencing was just transmission, but we have eliminated distribution, local transmission, gas gathering lines through electrification. Couple of examples in Berkeley, they had the Brazil room at the top of the hill there. If you know UC Berkeley, up there. But we had a 1,300 feet of service line going up there. Instead of replacing that line because it was having erosion issues, we worked with the customer and was able to actually convert them to propane instead of using natural gas. And that PG&E doesn't serve propane. We basically incentivize them with cash to build their own propane area and then ship in propane on a regular basis instead of using gas. We tried to get them to go to all electric. They didn't want to. They have a kitchen up there that they use for events. Another one is way up north of Winters. It's north of Sacramento by a couple hundred miles. Well, not 100 miles, tens of miles. And we had 4 customers off of transmission line, single service line, 4 miles long. We had work on that area because of a creek bed erosion again, actually, just for this example. And we were able to talk with those 4 customers and incentivize them to go all electric. And we were able to eliminate the 4 HBRs that were serving them and 4 miles of gas transmission line there. Lots of examples like that. These are very small things. Big projects is probably what people really want to talk about. One we're looking at is Davenport. It's south of the Bay Area. It's about 80 customers there. It's at the end of 10 miles of transmission line that we do have upcoming integrity management work that's required coming up. And we're trying to work with that entire community to reduce their gas usage so we could change it to distribution. We wanted to go all electric, not possible because there's a gas blowing plant there that needs the natural gas. But we are getting very close to being able to reduce our pressure down to distribution levels, and therefore wouldn't have to do the integrity spend. So that'd save money for our ratepayers in future rate cases and reduce the amount of work on there and increase the safety of the line because lower pressure is definitely higher safety. It goes from a rupture risk is what you saw in San Bruno to leaks, which are much easier and cost effective to manage. So hopefully that answers your question, Marcel.
Thank you, Brian. Before I read additional questions from attendees, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Rexhoffen or Commissioner Hauk to see if you have any questions for the panelists.
Thanks, Christina. I have a question for Mark, although Kathleen or Michael could join in as well. I wanted to follow up on Byron's concern, the question you raised about financing and the question of which expenditures are expense versus which are in the capital in the rate base, and how that disincentivizes targeted electrification. I don't fully understand the issue, but although I know PG&E raised this in comments and I saw those. But I'm interested in your opinion about how much of this is just a matter of an accounting convention or a set of accounting issues that need to be dealt with because in earlier GRCs, PG&E might have budgeted more for their capital budget and they don't want to underspend that. And how much of it is just their utilities' natural preference to spend money through their capital base as opposed through expenditures that are expensed. In other words, the customers that Byron talked about, a university or others who want to go all electric, the ratepayers could fund that and it could still be expensed so long as that's authorized in a GRC or otherwise. I'm just curious what you think of the problem that Byron identified.
Thanks for your inquiry, Commissioner. Truthfully, I don't know that I have the answer to it. I don't think I don't think I understand all the different moving parts enough to say where and when they're incentivized. There's no doubt they're incentivized more to make investment because they earn a return on that. And you raise a good point. When they're expensing something or just paying for something as an alternative, they might not really have, at least financially as a corporation, as much of an incentive as they do when they're making some type of long-term investment that they get a return on. But today, as I sit here, I don't understand all the different moving parts of, electrification versus moving those pieces around. And I wish I could provide more. But again, it might depend on each different unique situation. Sorry, I can't really provide more today. I just don't really have, like I said, a good handle on what the trade-offs are.
Well, Commissioner, if I can try.
Yeah, before you go,
Okay.
Yes, Michael, I would like to hear from you. Mark, it's certainly in Public Advocate's wheelhouse, so hopefully you guys can continue to comment and elucidate us on your views on it. But I would like to hear if Michael has some thoughts as well.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, and so I guess I have two really brief thoughts. The first one is it's more than just sort of how you book the money, because there is, if it's physical plant that you're investing in, it's recovered over whatever the expected useful life of the project is. Whereas if you're moving towards a non-pipeline alternative, that is generally going to be an incentive and it's going to be an expense that is recovered under operations, and it's going to be recovered under a much shorter time frame. The one thing that I would point out that makes this a little bit more complicated, and I think the commission should provide some direction on, the first examples that Byron were giving were kind of the easy examples of, here's a project that costs, making a number at $50 million, and here's a project that the incentives, if we spend up to $45 million, we're still coming out ahead. But even if we had a project where the incentives were $55 million, were more expensive, but it still was there, we need to think about, well, what is that stranded asset risk? What is that ability to say, well, who's going to be paying for this over what period of time and what customers that are out there? And the utility needs to make a showing on that. because it's very possible that wealthier customers are going to be the ones who are departing the system first, and the downward pressure is going to be making what look like the more cost-effective project harder to pay for over time. So when you're thinking about who's that investment being made for, that's something that's not just a straight accounting issue. That's sort of CapEx versus operations that you have to think about. Well, what are the customers that are going to be using this investment for what time frame and why? And even if the project looks a little bit more expensive, if you're factoring in, well, what's the likelihood that the project is not going to reach the expected useful life, or we're not going to get the recovery right on that expected useful life, that's sort of the extra factor that the commission's going to have to think about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen. Commissioner Hauk, do you have any questions for the panelists?
No, not at this time. I think mine was similar to Commissioner Rechtschaffen's, and it was, I think, somewhat addressed. So I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. We received a question from Norman Peterson, but I'm going to request to unmute you so you can verbally ask your question, Mr. Peterson. Okay, I just tried to unmute Mr. Peterson, Karen, but I'm not sure if I'm able.
Let me give it a try. Norman, I just sent you a request to unmute. I don't think it's working. Christine, I think you might have to read out the question.
Okay, I will do my best. This question, I believe, is going to be directed to Michael Colvin. Mr. Peterson said, for gas, we need to assure analysis of alternatives to given pipeline project, which is CEQA under CPUC rules, only if there is a CPCN application. So the question for Michael is, the PG&E and SoCalGas speakers on the last panel said that an objective of 131D was to assure preemption of local authorities. Are you saying that now?
Yeah, Christina, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Something went wrong and I was unable to unmute myself. I think the question got a little garbled upon my hitting the send button, but the question really was, on our first panel, the two utilities, PG&E and SoCalGas, were making the point that General Order 131D was aimed at assuring clarity about the preemption issue, that what the CPUC did in approving electric transmission lines preempted local jurisdictions. It seemed like Matt Vespa was making the point strongly that we have a different purpose now for talking about imposing a CPCN requirement on gas utilities. And that is to give the public a say on all of the questions that Matt Vespa went into during his, what I thought was an excellent presentation. And so the question for Matt is, am I understanding you correctly, Matt, that the purpose is not to preempt local jurisdiction? The reason now that this question is coming up for the commission is to give the public a say over, for example, line 1600, Ventura, and you mentioned other examples.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take this. We're in the next session. My read was that local governments are already preempted. Like if Ventura wanted to do something, they couldn't. It's just within the sphere of PUC jurisdiction, at least in this particular case. So to me, that militated for an environmental review process at the PUC that gives the local government, which is very concerned with this project, as well as community groups, an avenue to express their concerns, to weigh, the proposal, to provide alternatives, just like a regular environmental review process would do. And right now, that's not happening for a project of community concern, and that will still not happen if this is just this sort of question and answer that's going on right now between the PUC and SoCalGas.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. I think something got fouled up when I was hitting the send button, both the question and the panel to which it was addressed.
No problem. Thank you. I see that Commissioner Sharoma is still with us. I'd like to see if the commissioner has any questions for the panelists.
Yes, thank you, Christina. A lot to take in, and maybe this is a question that Commissioner Rexhoff and the team can help answer. There are a number of proceedings going on, and the challenge will be indeed for the CPUC to look at how do we dovetail these various proceedings, because it just seems to me that the gas utilities probably have, well, hopefully have, a pretty good sense of their transmission and distribution systems. And with no other changes, what do they have trued up for maintenance, for work orders, for replacement, for repairs, and what have you, in terms of the monitoring and testing, the age of the equipment? I know that age doesn't mean that a piece of equipment must be replaced. It just depends on the conditions and so forth. And so, overlaid that is a strategic plan for how do we collectively meet the SB 100 goals, and also provide for equity, safety, workforce development, and workforce continuity. So this is not so much a question, but just a rumination on my part that I appreciate this workshop. It's almost kind of an infrastructure en banc, and maybe we ought to think about having an infrastructure en banc, that really drills down into, how do we traffic control all of these different attributes of what we've got to do here, because it's very easy to have a sort of out of sight, out of mind, except for, of course, the compressor stations that were mentioned earlier and so forth, because much of the infrastructure is below ground. It's easy to lose sight of how massive it is. So I just am sharing some ruminations on my part, and thank you, Christina, for giving me a chance to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sharma. That was very insightful. Commissioner Rexhoff, would you like to add to that?
Well, I have a couple of things to say, but do you want to answer the question about how we keep track of all the safety investments that are happening through PSEP and other programs, and how the repair and replacement applications come to us? That was one part of our question. I can try to tackle a little bit the broader coordination questions, but Christina, do you or anyone else on the gas team want to respond? You're more knowledgeable than I am about that, for sure.
I'm not sure if I can respond to that, but I'll invite Jean to see if she has any information on that part of Commissioner Sharoma's question.
Yeah, I don't know how helpful I can be here, but as with PSEP, the PG&E is mostly done. I think they're completely done. SoCalGas is still working on their PSEP plans. We, in Energy Division, the gas costs and rates team it works on PSEP, but they get regular, they get a spreadsheet that's updated regularly with where the, what projects have been completed, where they are in the process. And I do think it's important to remember that PSEP work is mandated by the commission. And that was one of the issues in what the line 1600 proceeding that has been discussed here today. As far as, the pipeline system as a whole, I do think it is so vast that it does come to us in pieces, like when there is a specific request or in a GRC. And I think that in the context of this proceeding, we in Energy Division are working on a data request to get a better sense of what exactly is out there. But one of the things that's daunting about creating the data request is there's just so much pipeline out there, and it's in segments, and the different segments have been worked on at different times, and they're made of different materials. There's just so much data that it is a big lift. That's something that we're working towards to really be able to get a handle on the system as a whole. So I'll just leave it there. People may have issues.
And just to add, you're absolutely right. It's a big, sometimes overwhelming challenge. So what we're trying to do here is to break it down into parts and make it more manageable, because we know we can't keep doing what we've been doing and meet our decarbonization goals. So whether or not it's in the context of a site-specific project like the Ventura Compressor Station, which was part of the 2019 GRC, or routine repair and replacement projects or other safety upgrade projects, we have to now view them in a larger context of what else is going on and what other goals we're trying to achieve. So that's why we're trying to put in place some systematic approaches for evaluating both the projects that come to us and also to try to get the utilities to do a lot more of what Byron said PG&E is starting to do, which is to, on their own, say, we're viewing these assets very differently. We're viewing them, do we need to maintain them? Can we have a non-pipes alternative? What's the solution we can use going forward? And then also teed up in this proceeding for later on, another part of it is the consideration of requiring the utilities to come up with proactive 10-year decarbonization plans so that they are affirmatively doing what our electric utilities are doing for their part in the IRP process, which is marching toward decarbonization. But it's going to take, it's very challenging. There's a lot of moving pieces in what we're doing, what other agencies are doing, and we're trying to systematically wrestle them to the ground a bit. But it's not easy. It's going to take time, and it's going to be lumpy because there's a lot of things we need to do all at once.
Thank you. I like that term, lumpy. Well described.
Lumpy, bumpy, grumpy. I mean, it's going to.
Thank you.
If I can do one really small response to Commissioner Sharma's question as well. Commissioner, about 10 years ago, a little bit less, the commission had to wrestle with how did they start integrating safety risk into the rate case process. And they went through the whole SMAP and RAMP development, and they said the utilities identify top risk and then identify how you're going to address this. We know how to do infrastructure planning and then how to pay for it and sort of how the utility articulates a vision. And I think what the purpose of at least the morning half of this workshop is going to be is how do we do that, but in the reverse? How do we do this with, instead of expansion of the system and new infrastructure to address risk, how do we do that with the managed contraction of the system? And I think something that Commissioner Rechtschaffen just said was really important, which is we need the utilities to articulate a vision, and then we need to be able to say, okay, is this the most cost effective and the best on balance and in the ratepayer interest project possible to help hit that overall vision? So having a sense of what a goal or a target is for both the utilities direct emissions and the emissions on behalf of their customers, getting those things kind of firmly in place will help drive, I think, a lot of the conversation.
This is Kathy Yap. If I could respond very briefly. One is, in addition to PSEP, there's TIMP, and there's a lot of activity in the TIMP is the federal, it's the transmission safety in response to the federal guidelines, or the federal regulations, I should say. And so you've got a lot of stuff going on that's just, I mean, because you have that 7-year review, this stuff is reviewed in your general rate cases. It's not like big projects emerge. This is the bread and butter of keeping the system safe. And your safety division is, the Commission Safety Division is very aware of what's going on. But it's not the same as having the big build projects, because I think a lot of this is going to be in the context of bread and butter. You're just going to, you make a determination, for example, in the PG&E general rate case, phase 1 case, there's a list of 700 projects that are pressure tests or otherwise, and some of those are replacement, some of them are pressure tests. I mean, that's in the context of a 3 or 4 year period. Those projects have to be completed because of the federal regulations. So it's a mishmash of stuff that's involved here.
Thank you for the insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Kathy. Our next question is from Jean Spencer, and it is for Mark Pachta. Jean asks, could you talk a bit more about the contractual issues you mentioned in your presentation?
Yeah, what I was alluding to is the core customers have, there's a process where they retain a certain amount of firm rights on the interstate pipelines. And it should be fairly easy to match those up, because those are to meet the core requirements. So they should fit in really well with the design standards. But there's likely to be two things. Non-core customers, there are some non-core customers, I don't know how many, that have some firm rights on the interstate pipelines. And all those things might not match up perfectly all the time with the design standards overall. You might not be able to have an optimal situation. So those are going to have to be considerations in your whole, when you're evaluating criteria. And I guess those kind of also go with this idea of retaining access to basins. You might have groups that want that access to the various producing basins. You might have, ultimately, I don't know how the other parties, view that. But my point was really that there's a lot of benefit by having access to various producing basins. And when you're looking at shrinking a system and reducing it, there's going to be trade-offs. And you may wish to repair and replace infrastructure, not so much to meet the design standard, but to retain access to a variety of producing basins as you reduce the capacity of the entire system. And what I was really alluding to is more those kind of issues are hard to develop criteria for. You almost have to view them each on basically on a case-by-case basis. And And again, maybe that goes back to what some of the other panelists were saying. What's the utilities' vision for all this going forward and their systems? And I don't know that I have the answers, but that's what I was alluding to with contractual issues. I think they're firm contractual issues, and then there's just issues with regard to access to various pipelines and producing basins.
Thank you, Mark. I think we have time for one more question before our lunch break, and the question is from Renee Guild. In terms of utilities' tendency towards capital investments, what do panelists, especially PG&E and EDF, think of allowing the utilities to recover, say, a customer's or a community's investment in the utilities installing heat pumps in their homes, and recover that investment as a capital cost? That would address one of the big barriers to customers converting to heat pumps, the costs.
I guess I can start. I really think that is, if we're going to be in the same financial constraints we are with general rate case and stuff, the capitalizing changes or modifications to residential houses would unlock a lot of availability to start electrifying communities with kind of the current rate structure we have. I will elaborate. So Fort Ord has 1,200 units. It's a basically college in Monterey area. And we have a distribution plan to replace 8 miles about a distribution line for about $22 million. We could convert all those 1,200 units and pay for everything, electrical upgrade, pumps, new ovens, all that kind of stuff with $20 million. But because that's expense versus capital, the utility doesn't have that money to be able to make that change and change how we spend the money. So if that change were out there, you would see financial benefits for the utility and the customers to be able to make that change. The question would come long term, if that's 30 years depreciation rates, how does that impact ratepayers 10 years out if the gas system's getting much smaller, right? Does it fall onto a lot less customers? And so that may be something that comes into, now that we've combined the GRCs with electric and gas, maybe it would fall towards a more global rate structure instead of just the gas rate structure. That's my view on it. Sorry, I haven't checked that with my PG&E team behind me, but that's how I look at it.
Can I jump in?
Yes, thank you, Brian.
So that's a good example of like every situation so unique. PG&E just brought up one situation. It's a very unique situation. And they gave the Davenport example earlier. And those examples really get to, again, I haven't even thought about all these things, but they get to very unique issues with regard to this whole issue of decarbonization and the trade-offs between electrification and investment and upgrading the gas system. And I guess I'm dovetailing on what Commissioner Sharoma was alluding to. You just have all these different moving parts, and they just present some very unique considerations that Energy Division and commissioners and the commission and all the parties are going to have to think a little bit about. But it's almost what's initiating it is, again, it's coming from the utility, because those are a lot of things we're not aware of. Again, these examples PG&E gave today, it's one of those things I've just heard for the first time today, and I find them extremely interesting but very challenging at the same time. So it's my 2 cents. Thanks.
This is Kathy Yap, and I'm going to put my electric customer hat on here and just say that electric customers are facing enormous burdens going forward with all the wildfire costs and other costs that are increasing. So if you begin to have electric customers pay for individual customers to electrify, that is going to be an enormous burden. There's a lot of infrastructure cost. And I know I'm just going to, I just think you have to really think through the burden on electric rates and really work through the numbers and make sure you're not just going to be killing people because they're crying. Your electric ratepayers are really having a hard time. Costs are going up and they're going to go up in 2022. They're going to go up in 2023. And the cost of natural gas has gone up, which is causing electric rates to go up, quite a lot at the beginning of this year. So, and it's going to be followed by, the wildfire infrastructure costs and a number of other things. So between transportation electrification and between electrifying, the electrification process, you are really going to have to look at the burden that you place on electric ratepayers as part of that package.
So going back to Renee's question, and I think it's a really thoughtful question, Renee. I guess I have two responses. The first one is that the commission could adopt something different for each gas utility that's out there. A joint fuel utility might need a different strategy and different financial incentives than a single fuel utility. And so the goal should be the prudent management of the decarbonization transition. And you might employ different shareholder signals for each utility to help articulate that vision. The counterpoint to what Kathy just said, which I think is an extremely important point, is we are talking about managing the cost increases. Electric customers, for the most part, with electrification, are going to be able to sell more units with the existing infrastructure. Yes, we're going to have to build more wires and some more generation, but there's a lot of stuff, especially in the earlier years, that can be done using the existing system, the existing capacity. So we're talking about more sales over the existing units, and that will contain some of the cost increase. Whereas if we are thinking about the rate impact to gas customers, if we don't think about how to target either incentives or depreciation values or deployment of securitization or whatever rate relief functions you want to use, especially towards low to middle income customers, especially on assets that are not fully depreciated, the stranded asset risk and the equity risk on the customers that are going to be left on the gas system is very concerning. And so we need to think through, as we are establishing goals and targets for the utilities, we need to think about, as I sort of said in my presentation, who are the customers who are going to be remaining, what are their profiles, and how do we make certain that their rates are just and reasonable, and then think about the non-pipeline alternatives or think about the non-investment strategies that are out there, especially for the customers that are remaining. So rates are really important, affordability is really important, but the financial signals to each utility are going to be different if it's PG&E versus SoCalGas versus Southwest Gas, and the customer base of what the affordability metrics are they are themselves are going to be different. So we have to kind of think about it, as specifically as we can.
I just wanted to jump in and thank you all for your responses and say it seems to me like it would at least be worth a try as a pilot in some disadvantaged communities where we could look at perhaps how a specific, as Mark mentioned, might play out and satisfy some of the environmental justice concerns that we all have about how this infrastructure evolution is going to play out. But anyway, thank you all.
And Renee, as a PSA for the next workshop on 2 Mondays from now on the 24th, I think there's a panel specifically on targeted electrification, and we'll try and make certain to address that at that workshop.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Brian, Michael, Kathy, and Mark. That concludes this panel. I think we can go ahead and break for lunch. I ask that folks please be back by 1 o'clock for our next panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Matt. Welcome back, everyone.
How are you, Karen?
Good.
Good afternoon. Hi, Matt.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Rich Jason. How do you do?
Good. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Happy New Year to everyone. Let me know when to start, Christina and Karen.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and get started. So this panel focuses on scoping memo question C. First up, we have Matt Epina, who will be speaking on behalf of the CPUC Safety and Enforcement Division.
Thank you, Christina. As Christina mentioned, my name is Matthew Sinapana, and I'm speaking on behalf of Safety and Enforcement Division. I would like to put a disclaimer first that the presentation on my work product does not reflect the opinion of the Commission. That being said, let's go to the next slide, Karen, please. The important question before this panel is to collectively examine, evaluate, answer, or provide insight to this essential question. In the light of the forecasted declining demands for natural gas, what criteria should be used to derate or decommission the transmission pipeline without harming gas reliability? There are two key questions in the scoping memo that arose from this primary question for this panel to address. Next slide, please. The two key questions from this scoping memo are as listed. First question, how the Commission should define transmission pipeline versus distribution pipeline. In order to address the first question, we need to review the existing definitions and the origin of those definitions. Next slide, please. Before I look at the existing definitions, I would like to offer a disclosure. First is that SCD had a workshop related to this matter in October 2018. And the purpose for its workshop was to address the ordering paragraphs in a decision D1806-028 regarding an application proceeding. In that ordering paragraph, SCD was required to conduct a study of California pipeline operators' definition of transmission and distribution pipelines, and to determine whether there is a need for the Commission to provide further definitions other than those provided in the 49 CFR 192. Next slide, please. Through its study, SCD determined that there were variations in how our operators interpreted the functional definition of transmission pipeline. We in SCD believe that the variations in these interpretations were due to the ambiguity in the use of terms such as distribution center, and large volume customers. Those terms have sort of created, in other words, each operator took a different way of interpreting that. In essence, it gave them some sort of flexibility in interpreting that. In its study, SCD concluded that the regulations allowed operators flexibility to define distribution center, which was never really defined in Part 192. This flexibility does not pose a threat to public safety at this time. In my view, none of the operator's definition violated 49 CFR Part 192 definition. So, in fact, the interpretation that some of our operators derived from this, in my view, are more conservative than than not. So there was no violation of 49 CFR definition. Next slide, please. So CPUC derives its regulatory and enforcement authority through its certifications and agreements with Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration, also known as PHMSA. Under that Title 49 USC Section 60105 agreement, the Commission has the authority to regulate and enforce the federal natural gas pipeline safety regulations on all investor-owned utilities in California, but except munis. However, Title 49 USC Section 60106 agreement gave the Commission the authority to inspect municipalities that have natural gas distribution systems. As an agent of PHMSA, this simply means that the Commission does not have an enforcement authority over municipalities. We just conduct the inspections, provide report to PHMSA, and PHMSA will do the enforcement. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Next slide, Karen, please. Thank you. Subsequently, after the 1968 Pipeline Safety Act, DOT promulgated Title 49 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 190, 191, 192, 193, and 199. Within these regulations, CPUC, through its certifications and agreement with PHMSA, adopts and automatically incorporates these regulations and all revisions thereof into the CPUC's General Order 112F, which has evolved from 112A through 112F today. The Federal Pipeline Safety Regulations prescribes minimum safety requirements for pipeline facilities and transportation of gas as it relates to design, construction, testing, operation, and maintenance of gas gathering pipelines, transmission pipelines, and distribution pipeline systems. However, each state are permitted to enforce more stringent standards on intrastate gas pipeline operators, with exception of municipalities that own natural gas distribution system. Next slide, please. This is just a simple illustration of natural gas production and transportation and how SCD's jurisdiction falls into some of these areas, which include distribution, transmission, distribution, storage. And luckily, at the moment, the Commission does not, none of our major IOUs own a gathering line. So we are strictly dealing with transmission, distribution, and storage facilities. CPUC does have a shared jurisdiction with our sister agency, CalGEM. CalGEM's authority or jurisdiction at the storage field starts from the wellhead down to the storage stand. And then the commission's jurisdiction starts above the wellhead, including buried and above ground pipelines, all the way up to including the compressor stations that are within the storage field. Next slide, please. So, first question in the scoping memo is addressed in 49 CFR Part 192, Section 192.3, meaning the definition of transmission, it's addressed there. The transmission pipeline definition, as noted in this slide, has three parts. The second and third part of that definition are simple and clear, well understood by everyone. However, the first part of it, which says that transmission pipeline transports gas from a gathering line or storage facility to a distribution center, storage facility, or large volume customer that is not downstream from a distribution center. Just from reading that, you can see how convoluted and ambiguous that definition becomes. And this is really where different operators' definition starts to differ from others. So in essence, there isn't a uniform definition. At least that's what our discovery from the study we conducted. So this first part, ambiguity, comes from terms such as the large volume customer distribution center. And these terms were really never defined in Part 192, Section 192.3. It was used but never defined. So each operator did their best to try to interpret what these two terms mean. Although in some publication, standard publication, there are some guidelines, but not really a definition in the 49 CFR 192 for these two terms. So as I mentioned, our operators do have non-uniform definition of transmission pipeline. So the Commission's definition of those two terms that I just mentioned, the distribution center and large volume customers, it's essential. It's an essential key to aligning the operator's uniform interpretation of transmission line. Hence, a response or resolution to the first scoping memo should be to define these two terms. Define distribution center and large volume customers. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen, you are already ahead of me. Okay. Thank you, that's the correct slide. So does it matter whether it's gas transmission or distribution pipeline? Well, for a core customer, it may not matter. However, it does matter to gas pipeline operators, as well as regulators, industrial, and large volume customers. This table is just an example of some of the differences in the regulatory mandates for transmission pipeline versus distribution pipeline operator. The differences are noticeable in gas transmission pipeline integrity management program versus, say, distribution pipeline integrity management program, called DIM. The major differences are really the major differences between the TIMP and the DIM is that TIMP is very prescriptive. As you can see, there are, at the beginning of this slide, there are 3 items that each operator who has a transmission line that falls within what we call high consequence area must do to determine the integrity of that transmission pipeline. So Those three operators are required to do one of those three or a combination of there. But in distribution, there wasn't such prescriptive requirement. That's just one simple example. So TIMP is very prescriptive. DIMP is slightly prescriptive, but it's more of performance-based than being prescriptive. Next slide, please. This slide sort of illustrates the metrics of gas pipeline of investor-owned utilities in California. Here I have it's three major. This data is for the three major pipeline operators, meaning the investor-owned utilities. These are the combined total gas pipeline mileage for various pipeline types, including the gas pipelines in HCA. Just to give you an idea of the kind of numbers we are looking at for each of these types. Next slide, please. So having reviewed the existing definitions and the origin, let's examine the second scoping memo key question. What should the regulatory process be for derating transmission pipeline to a distribution pipeline? In my view, this question requires both safety and hydraulic analysis. In order to do that, one must look at the pipeline safety, in addition to looking at supply reliability, and then the cost, and also whatever that comes out of it must comply with 49 CFR or Part 192, Section 192.3 definitions. Next slide, please. This is just an illustration of some of the pipeline parameters that needs to be considered before deration should take place. So each operator needs to look, well, everyone that it's involved in the deration needs to look at these key terms in order to ensure that safety and reliability is accomplished before any deration should take place. I notice I'm about to run out of time. So I'll just close by saying that these are the two key questions from the scoping memo that needs to be addressed, and I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues on the panel have to say about this, and I will be very happy to answer any questions you have on this. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Matt. Next up, we have Thomas Finch, who will be speaking on the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, also known as PHMSA. Thomas, are you on? Okay, while we figure out if Thomas is on.
Yeah, Tom, you may be on mute. No, he doesn't appear to be on mute.
While we get his audio figured out, I wanted to see if Commissioner Ruckshoffen, do you have a question for Matt? I see you have your hand raised.
Oh, I do not. I don't mean to have my hand raised. I do not have a question for Matt. I will lower my hand. Maybe it was up from the last session, but
no problem. You can keep your hand raised.
No, I don't want to be permanently on call. No, thank you. I don't have it. No questions at this point, maybe later, but none right now.
Okay, great. Tom, I'd like to ask that you try to test your audio if possible.
Christina, I'll call Tom and see.
Okay.
I'll give him a call.
Okay, let's for now, let's just move on to the next presentation while we figure out Tom's audio. Apologies, Jonathan, but you're up next. I'm going to turn this over to Jonathan Perez on behalf of SoCal Gas.
Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, and I have control of the slides, right?
You sure do.
Not just 1 second. There you go.
Okay. Hopefully I can get them to move, but okay. Thank you. I'm Jonathan Perez. I'm the Senior Director of Business Strategy and Energy Policy for SoCal Gas. I first want to start by thanking Commissioner Rechnoff and Energy Division staff and the other commissioners and stakeholders for the opportunity to express our perspectives, and also given the safety underpinnings to this panel to express to all the stakeholders my hope that you're navigating this pandemic and this surge without major problems and without significant illness. I know that it certainly and recently has reached my household. So I guess I'm going to try to, well, just to briefly summarize what I am going to talk about. Maybe I'll try to express some of what PHMSA might talk about in terms of technical considerations relating to prospective derating, also some gas utility and integrated energy system planning considerations that might inform prospectively both answers and questions that are worth asking, including the attributes and capabilities of the wholesale gas transmission and storage infrastructure, and then kind of get to the punchline, which is that the state agency and SoCal Gas decarbonization scenario planning that we've been doing and that the state has been doing, including many stakeholders, suggest that while annual throughput will decline, peak throughput will not decline, which has implications to the question at hand. So to channel PHMSA a bit, I basically did my best to interpret the underpinnings to the question about the basis for prospectively derating. So based on 49 CFR Part 192, which Mr. Acuna just discussed, PHMSA regulations require pipelines to be designed and to maintain structural integrity under the temperature, environmental, and operational conditions that may be anticipated for their operations. And maximum operating pressure is a key consideration for the design, testing, and maintenance of pipelines and pipeline integrity. I think it goes without saying, the higher the maximum operating pressure, the more rigorous requirements. There's also another set of considerations, which are classification, meaning proximity to structures and the public, which also dictates the rigor of integrity requirements, including the frequency and rigor of inspections for corrosion, leak detection, and maximum operating pressure. And one example of that is in high consequence areas. In general, it is fair to say that lower operating pressures would diminish the rigor of testing, inspection, and other such safety requirements, which theoretically would suggest that derating from high pressure transmission to medium or low pressure distribution, our system is medium pressure distribution, could prospectively decrease the magnitude and cost of testing, assessment, and maintenance activities. That's in theory. In reality, rigorous integrity management requirements also apply to distribution. And because the transmission services rate is generally lower than the distribution services rate, derating could shift certain current transmission asset costs to distribution customers, potentially exacerbating rate inequities. Likewise, pipelines must be taken out of service periodically per the PHMSA requirements. The presenter from PG&E discussed this earlier, which requires operational flexibility, capability, and redundancy. And so reducing pressures prospectively potentially could reduce the capabilities to overcome both foreseen and unforeseen outages and other events impacting capacity and supply. So on to the energy system planning considerations. I think one of the underpinnings to this docket is that the need for operational integration and inter-coordination between the gas and electric systems is growing as the energy system is transformed. That's one of the reasons we're here. And we know that wholesale high pressure gas.
Hello.
Karen, can you hear?
Yeah, Tom, we asked Jonathan with SoCal Gas to go ahead and present, so you'll be up next if you're ready. Thank you. Go ahead, Jonathan. Apologies.
Okay, no worries. So we know that wholesale high pressure gas transmission pipelines and storage.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Support the electric grid due to several needs and attributes provided by the gas grid, and that includes the intraday volatility of electric supplies requires responsiveness from the gas system, including just-in-time and peak deliverability, and also line pack for when intraday gas demand decreases and there is a need to put gas that was used prior to, for example, solar coming online, there's a need to put that gas that's coming into the system somewhere. Likewise, the gas grid provides for resiliency, as I mentioned earlier, including alleviating potential energy shortages due to supply shortfall. And the expectation, at least SoCal Gas's expectation, is that consistent with the purposes of this docket, these needs and trends on a going forward planning basis will be addressed by the transparent planning process, which is the primary goal of this docket, so that we can better understand the extent to which we need these wholesale level high pressure transmission and storage assets in order to support decarbonization. A really important fact to understand is that the gas system must be designed to meet the predicted peak needs of the system with respect to both deliverability and line pack, including storage, even as annual throughput is decreased. And frankly, I couldn't say it any better than Dr. Arne Olson succinctly expressed it during the 1B workshop in this docket conducted in July of 2020, when he said, the real question will be average daily throughput being reduced and the average gas generation being reduced by 2030. It doesn't necessarily mean that peak use of natural gas for electric generation is going to decrease. And I, meaning he, would expect to see that as heating loads in California are electrified, we might actually see increased gas use during wintertime peak. And since infrastructure needs to be sized based on peak use and not average use, it does raise important questions. You can read the rest of his quote, but the bottom line is that in order to serve the public interest and public welfare, we need to make sure that we have sufficient infrastructure in place, even as average use and overall annual use of gas declines. And this includes the gas grid supporting the resiliency and reliability for those customers who have fully electrified. So they are depending on the services and capabilities provided by the gas system, but who are no longer bearing the costs for which they, those fully electrified customers, are the beneficiaries. So we've been looking at this question in terms of what the future infrastructure needs are, expressly for the purpose of having the material available for a comprehensive planning process in this docket. We've put forth our vision. We've put forth some of the means by which we will obtain our vision. What we know is that under all of the scenarios that we've looked at, peak hourly fuel use by electric generators increases commensurately with the rate of decarbonization. And it is fair to say that there would not have been any material emission reductions within the electric grid without the services and capabilities that are provided by the gas grid. And this reliance is not projected to change anytime in the foreseeable future. So when Commissioner Shiroma asked, how will we meet the SB 100 requirements? Part of the answer is we will meet them through the gas grid and through the use of molecules in order to support the reliability and resiliency of a decarbonizing electric grid. So this chart is analysis that we've undertaken for planning purposes. And what it shows is that, in effect, the more significant the decarbonization scenario, meaning the more rapid the decarbonization scenario, the higher peak hourly takes and use of the gas grid by electric generators goes. So you can see in the 2045, this is the CARB 2045 deep decarbonization scenario. You can see that actually in 2045, that scenario provides for the highest total fuel offtake California wide by electric generators. So we think that's very informative to the question of how practical and realistic is it to consider whether there will be significant derating of transmission lines. And indeed, the CPUC's modeling essentially is consistent with our modeling. And this is a presentation that was made by CPUC staff in the SB 380 docket, where they showed that they expect to see higher peak and average takes during peak by electric generators in 2030 than they do in 2022. And in fact, the operational data that we have is showing exactly that as the trend line. So for example, in 2020, there were 77 hours on our system where our send out was in excess of 100,000 decatherms per hour, which is a 2.4 billion cubic foot a day equivalent. In 2020, of those 77 hours above 100,000 decatherms per hour, 62 of those hours were to serve dispatchable electric generators, and 15 of them were to serve core customers, which means that the use and the value proposition for purposes of decarbonization of our system is evolving and starting to be weighted more heavily to supporting the flexible just-in-time generation needs that occur due to more renewables and more electrification on the grid. We're still compiling the 2021 data, but what I do know is that in 2021, the peak hourly demand by electric generators, that peak hour was higher than the peak hourly demand was in 2020, meaning this trend line appears to be continuing as our modeling and the CPUC's modeling suggests. So what are the implications for prospective derating? The importance of capable high pressure transmission and storage grows with decarbonization. Our modeling suggests that peak hourly and daily demand by electric generators will continue to grow and offset at peak reductions in core gas use. Those won't be coincident peaks, of course. They'll be at totally distinct periods of time. The point being that a capable and robust wholesale high pressure transmission system will be necessary as we decarbonize. And we would respectfully suggest that the transparent integrated energy system planning, which is the subject of this docket, which would be overseen by the CPUC, will inform the extent to which wholesale level transmission assets can be derated as a tool to prospectively decrease customer costs without harming reliability. So with that, I look forward to responding to any questions or comments. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'd like to now invite Tom Finch with the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, also known as PHMSA.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
All right. Thank you very much, Kern, for straightening the old guy out. But at any rate, if somebody can show my slides.
Sure. Just let me know.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Next slide, please.
I'm ready.
Okay.
There we go.
you know, what we're trying to do with you all is just provide a forum for information sharing, mainly on how all the regulations came about, trying to improve the understanding of pipeline definitions. I think Matt and the rest of you have done a pretty good job. Matt's pretty efficient. Discuss proposed guidance and provide update on definitions perspective from our perspective, which goes right along with the PUC, who could be a little more stringent if they wanted to. Next slide, please. Just the rule history. You know, you always want to know why you're doing something. What PHMSA is working on, FAQs, frequently asked questions, and definitions. Okay, that's what we're going to cover. Next slide, please. Just a little history. Of course, you all are well familiar with San Bruno, California incident 9/9/2010. Then 2011, the NTSB report came out. Took about a year. And I hate to say it, I remember meeting earlier in 2009. We had reauthorization coming up in 2010. Our associate administrator said reauthorization was going to be a breeze. We had something happen on the liquid side in Michigan, and the real unfortunate incident in San Bruno. But the NTSB report, you know, they make recommendations on what regulations we kind of need to go towards. Sissonville, West Virginia incident, 12/11/2012, actually was across an interstate highway. Fortunately, nobody was injured, but this was supposedly an unregulated line. That's where now we are getting a little deeper into what's regulated and what's not. The NTSB report on that came out on February 19th, 2014. Of course, we have notices of proposed rulemaking, August of 2011, and Pipeline Safety Act. That was our reauthorization on 1/3/2012, guided a lot of this stuff. The notice of proposed rulemaking, 4/8/2016, GPAC meetings, which was Gas Pipeline Advisory Committee meetings. They had 5 of them, which that included industry, everybody basically, industry, which is the operators, PHMSA, state personnel, Pipeline Safety Trust, which is an advocate of citizens for pipeline safety, etc. And 2018, 19, and 20, I remember giving a talk at the Western Energy Institute down in La Jolla when this rule came out. We called it the mega rule. It was like 500 and some pages, 130 that were applicable. And I know that there was an operator, or API actually did not API, AGA did a red line on that, and they had like 82 pages that they had to change in the regulation. So it got to be pretty cumbersome. So we'll go to the next one. Next slide, please. So instead of one mega rule, we come up with RIN 1, which was the safety of gas transmission pipelines, maximum allowable operating pressure reconfirmation. As you know, I think San Bruno, I was there with our investigator, and I remember seeing the look on the face when they had supposedly 30-inch seamless pipe in that certain location. But an expansion of assessment requirements and other related amendments. So the final rule was published October 1st, 2019. So that wasn't too long ago, and that was before COVID, I call it, BC. Then RIN 2, repair criteria, integrity management improvements, cathodic protection management changes, and other related amendments. The final rule is still under development, and you'll see why. We've had a lot of frequently asked questions on that. RIN 3, the safety of gas gathering pipelines, extension of reporting requirements, regulation of large high-pressure lines, and other related amendments. Actually, final rule published November 15, 2021. So you've got 6 months to comply with that. which will be into 2022, a little ways, May of 2022. Next slide, please. Just, the frequently asked questions, you get a lot of them. Everything you do is who, what, where, why, and when. I'm trying to just explain the how pretty much, but if you want to go to the next slide, please. Frequently asked questions and answers were solicited, just like you guys are doing now for some of your stuff. We're solicited and continue to solicit FAQs through with industry, state, federal regulators, and the public. We assist in the implementation of the final rule, provide clarity to existing requirements, guidance, and information sources. We had a batch draft of FAQs posted in the Federal Register to solicit public comment back in 2019. You can go to the next slide. And the people, we have a team that, responded, of course, through legal and everything to the frequently asked questions. And fortunately, it was our previous Western Region Director, Chris Hoydell, led the team. And I have a counterpart in the Eastern region that is really sharp, Karen Gentili. They were part of the team along with Steve Nanny. Some of you probably know that name. 44 draft FAQs and answers posted for public comment back in 2020, almost January 30th, 2020, right at the beginning of COVID, basically. So the comment period was open until March of 2020, and there were all kinds of areas covered. I won't read them out to you. Some of the things were, other technology notification. You can't just use it and say, well, we thought it was better. You have to let us know and let us approve it. MAOP establishment and reconfirmation was a critical item, and spike hydrostatic testing. Material verification, obviously, failure mechanics and assessments outside HCAs. You have the people that say, we're just as important as the people inside the high consequence areas. Next slide, please. Then we had a second batch. Content includes 24 more FAQs to address new questions received at they had a February 27th, 2020 public meeting down in Texas. New questions received on the docket before March of 2020. Similar topical areas as first batch. They posted the draft batch, 2 FAQs posted to the Federal Register December of 2020 for comment, and that closed March of 2021. And the final batch, 2 FAQs are under legal review. We don't respond to any FAQs without them going through legal review first. And you guys are the same way, I'm sure. Okay, next slide, please. To propose new FAQs, here's, I'm sure they can send you the PDF of this presentation. I'm not expecting anybody to try and be a speed writer on. Submit additional questions, clarifications, and scenarios to docket 0225 and batch 1 and 2 FAQs, public comments. You can read the comments now on all that stuff that was submitted at this web link. So just kind of giving you guidance on where to go if you want to look at any of this. Next slide, please. Here's where Matt did a good job doing the definition. So I'm not going to reiterate. Now, I used to be a state liaison and inspect the state programs, and state programs can definitely be more stringent than we are, but they have to at least adopt these definitions. And one thing we wanted to note, I don't know if Matt noted it, but a large volume customer may receive similar volumes of gas as a distribution center and includes factories, power plants, and institutional users of gas. So that puts them kind of as a transmission operator if you look up above. Next slide, please. Just basically some of our resources. California has a lot of great resources. The California PUC, California State Fire Marshal. You got PHMSA homepage, our standards and rulemaking website, PHMSA technical resources, what happened at the gas pipeline advisory committee meetings, the slides for reference at public meetings, PHMSA stakeholder communications site. That's kind of the site. We have 10 community liaisons, 2 for each region, and one of the 2 for the Western region. So that's kind of our website to interact with y'all. And for federal regulations, that's the official version, is right there. So that's what our little regulation book looks like, spiral bound and paperback. Next slide, please. And that's just me, since you couldn't see me on the camera. So I can make myself look thinner or thicker if I want to. And if somebody made a comment about that, because I had this drawn down, on the left side, and said, boy, you made yourself look thinner. And I didn't even think about that. But at any rate, I thank you again for inviting me to speak. And I thank Karen and everybody else for getting me lined out in here. If you have any questions of the federal guys, I know you have quite a bit of stuff in California, but we basically, thanks to the states regulating a lot of it, especially the distribution stuff, we have 2.8 million miles of pipeline. And the Western region is the only region that also has to do, I worked with y'all on 60106s. I don't want to date myself, but when I first came in, an operator on a hearing said, can we just do that amount of what we were getting fined in repairs? And sure, that's what we're looking for, safety. They ended up doing 10 times that amount, and we feel they're a lot safer. And it was thanks to the PUC's investigation. We just did the enforcement. But there's my phone number, there's my email, and there's our website. So, unfortunately, I've been to Bellingham, been to San Bruno, had to deal with the yellow. It seems like that's why I have no hair. So at any rate, I appreciate you all listening to me, and I look forward to any questions you might have. Turn it over back to you guys.
Thank you, Tom. That concludes our presentations for this panel. I would like to first invite Commissioner Rechtschaffen to see if he has any questions for the panelists. Folks, please remember to use the chat box or the raise your hand feature to ask a question.
Thanks. I have a question for you, Jonathan. In terms of some of the modeling and analytics you've done about the interface between increased electrification and the requirements of meeting peak load on the gas system side, I know the analysis talked about the expectation that we'll need a similar send out, similar peak load capacity need, or we need to meet similar peak loads or intraday loads just because of the increasing electrification. Gas-fired power plants that depend on that are not located throughout the state, though. They're concentrated in certain areas. And one of the things we've been thinking about is how do we strategically decommission lines that serve certain end uses. And you heard some of that discussion if you were on the workshop this morning. Have you looked at that analysis? In other words, even if we do need to maintain a certain level of overall gas capacity for the foreseeable future, can we find places where we could selectively decommission the gas system because we don't have electric generating units there that are dependent on that gas?
May I ask if you're referring to distribution system or high pressure transmission system? That question.
Well, I'm referring. Your comments were mostly in the context of transmission, I think, right? I mean, that's what you were talking about, the need for the greatest flexibility and operational characteristics. I don't know enough to know if it applies more broadly, but to the extent you can comment, I'd appreciate your insights or hearing what you guys have analyzed already.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. I think, as you know, on the transmission side, those transmission pipelines, there's a limited number of those pipelines serving load. And as the Department of Energy pointed out in its first biannual energy analysis, when a 400 megawatt power plant goes online, it uses as much or more gas as a small city. So it has not been our conclusion that you were likely to see a significant portion of transmission in any meaningful sense be derated or decommissioned, which is similar to what was implied in the CPU staff paper relating to gas capacity upgrades to address reliability risk, although they didn't go so far as to say that. But so I'll instead take your question towards the distribution system. So I don't know if you were if you attended the CEC decommissioning workshop in November, but we presented at that workshop. And what we talked about and what other presenters talked about is how we are doing an analysis to determine the feasibility of the zonal electrification decommissioning hypothesis. Now, that phrase that I just used was not my phrase. That was the phrase of Amber Mahoney from E3, who basically expressed that their work as well, and I'm quoting, as well as the work of others, has emerged a hypothesis, which is the idea that targeted electrification in geographically specific regions could be combined with strategic decommissioning of gas infrastructure in order to reduce total gas system costs. Now, that hypothesis, I'm quoting, has not been tested or validated at any scale. So where we are right now is in the validation stage. We're involved in a decommissioning analysis working with RAND and others to try to get an understanding of how valid that hypothesis is. We know from working with PG&E and from what we've already heard today from PG&E that that is a challenging hypothesis to say the least from a cost standpoint. So, you know, all that being said, have we started analyzing which pressure districts might prospectively be possible candidates for decommissioning? We have, but that has become that is a very challenging analysis, particularly insofar as you're dealing in the more densely populated areas or in the colder climactic areas. But so the answer is we started doing that, but this hypothesis is still undergoing analysis and evaluation by all of the parties. That was kind of the point of the CEC workshop in November.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen and Jonathan. Next, I'd like to see if Commissioner Houck has a question for the panelists.
No, I don't have a question at this time. I may follow up with some questions to staff, though, after the workshop. I would like to get a copy of the PowerPoints, especially for this presentation, if possible.
We'll forward it to you momentarily.
Thank you.
So the next question we have in the chat box is from Jean Spencer, and it is for Jonathan. Jean asks, if memory serves, in the context of line 1600, there was a question as to whether reducing pressure below 20% of SMICE was sufficient to transform a transmission pipeline into distribution. Do you think there are other considerations that need to be taken into account aside from percent SMICE to effectuate a derating?
Sure. I think, you know, that's the reason that I mentioned several times during my presentation of the need to consider this issue based on the planning exercise that we expect to be the outcome and product of this docket, because at the outset, and this has already been discussed by other panelists, you have to look at the system-wide functions that are being served by a prospective pipeline that is being considered for derating, in addition to the economic implications of that prospective derating. Now, at the time of the line 1600 discussion, I was happily ensconced working for the Environmental Defense Fund, so I wasn't part of that. But my understanding is that when we did that system-wide functional analysis, we were essentially proposing other upgrades that would have offset and made up for the services and need that was being provided by line 1600 before considering it for D rating. Although I'm only saying that secondhand because I wasn't there. I hope that helps in its response.
Thank you, Jonathan. The next question here is from Marcel Hawiger, and I think anyone is welcome to answer this question. He asks, what are the cost impacts of the different ways SoCalGas and PG&E define distribution center?
Obviously, there's no one from PG&E on. I don't know if the CPUC wants to respond to this in the first instance, and then I can provide a response for SoCalGas.
I would recommend you go ahead, Jonathan. I don't have expertise in this area, so I have no response.
Only from doing research prior to this presentation, I know that PG&E and SoCalGas define distribution centers very differently. SoCalGas functionally defines a distribution center as the place where gas comes into the state for purposes of being distributed into our system. So, and that's not a definition, that's generally just how we have identified a distribution center. So under that approach, essentially all of our system is behind a distribution center. My understanding, just from reading emails and other correspondence, is that PG&E defines a distribution center as the interface at a regulating station between the high pressure transmission system and their distribution center, which is a different approach than that which SoCalGas takes. But don't hold me to speaking for PG&E. That's just what I could discern from my research.
Thanks, Jonathan. I believe any panelist can answer the next question from Gene Spencer. What would be a good forum for defining the ambiguous terms distribution center and a large volume customer?
Good question, Gene. I think that's really where the whole thing hangs in. My recommendation, or at least my view, is that to have an alignment on how to have a uniform definition, those two terms needs to be defined by the commission in conjunction with the operators, meaning seek input from the operators in making that definition, because configurations vary and the operators will know more about how each of those configurations plays into the definition. But once that is defined and there is an agreement on that, I think it will bring it will bring alignment to a uniform definition of transmission pipeline.
Thank you, Matt. Jonathan and Tom, do you have a response to Gene's question?
I do not, other than what Matt said.
Yes.
Karen, do you want to go back and answer Marcel's question from the PG&E point of view?
Sure.
Yeah, so as Thomas laid out, or Jonathan, sorry, PG&E is much more conservative in our definition of distribution center. It's basically where pressure, and it's a lot more complicated but you can break it down and get pretty close to where pressure goes below 60 pounds. So we have a lot of our system that operates below 20% that has transmission integrity management principles applied to it. So that definitely has a cost impact, and I would roundly say it's much higher than $10 million. It's tens of millions of dollars annually that probably PG&E spends on transmission integrity management principles applied to pipelines that operate under 20% SMICE. So we would be very happy if there was alignment in the state from the CPUC, and I know PHMSA is actually working on this as well, of updating a definition for distribution center that we could more align to.
Thank
We
you
have
for chiming in, Brian.
Sorry, Christina. There's also a comment from the chat from Kevin Lang at Southwest Gas who says PHMSA has several published interpretations that speak to the definition of a quote distribution center end quote and transmission classification for the commission's reference.
Yeah, we're aware of them. That's 2020.
Yes, that's correct. And all the operators are aware of it, and we are aware of it, except that it doesn't quite clear the ambiguity currently. And I believe Commission can also look at that in addition to some standards have done. For example, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers in their standard B318S has some explanation of some of those terms. So those are some resources that the Commission can leverage in forming its definition of those two terms.
Yes, if the commission or anybody else has a specific item come up, you can always do another request for interpretation on that specific interpretation that you'd like to get answered. And we have cut it down to where you're going to get a response within 60 days. So, you know, the ambiguities are tough, and Matt can tell you, you know, we're getting more and more requests for interpretation.
Thank you, Matt and Tom. So we have another question from Norman Peterson, and this one is directed at you, Matt. He asks, you said that there are no safety concerns about operators differing definitions, so can we avoid a statewide definition given the cost implications?
A very good question, Ron. SCD's review and evaluation of the definition that came as a result of that proceeding was strictly from a safety perspective. We did not factor in other issues such as demand. We just looked at it from safety perspective, and at the time, we did not think additional or definition was warranted, at least based on safety. And we concluded that leaving it the way it is now, meaning allowing the operators the flexibility in coming up with their definition as far as distribution center and large volume customer was sufficient that it did not impact safety. However, the concern we are dealing with in this workshop, it's not strictly safety. It involves other issues such as capacity, reliability, and etc. So from that perspective, I think it will be important that those two terms be defined in order to go forward with what this workshop is trying to achieve.
Thank you, Matt, Tom, and Jonathan. I don't see any additional questions that need to be answered. So with that, I'd like to give folks a bit of a stretch break. Please be back by 2:10, and we will get started with our final panel of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you. And thank you all for participating.
recent CPUC ERG white paper. I thought they did a really good job of explaining the modular benefits of non-pipe alternatives. Basically, I mean, you're avoiding a large capital expenditure, and you're preserving some flexibility to make different investments if demand patterns change. But you're not really necessarily doing the least cost thing over the long run if you just settle on trucking, because you're uncertain about how gas demand might change. If gas demand remains high, you should have a pipeline interconnected portion of your project in most cases. And I think that the economics would demonstrate that if you did long run planning around how to best utilize this biogas or RNG resource. If the commission determines that a distribution pipeline should be decommissioned, what consideration should be given to customers who don't want to stop their gas service? We think this is critical, and Abigail just mentioned it too. I mean, there are going to be customers who don't want to switch off of gas, and that'll be a real challenge because you're not going to get system cost savings until you can fully, prune a whole portion. And especially with the emissions intensive trade exposed industry in the state that needs gas, it's going to be hard for them to just decide to move away from it. So, again, we don't want to see emissions leakage, and we don't want to, drive economic activity out of the state. We don't want to force consumers who want gas and have an available supply of RNG to stop using it. So the only thing I could come up with was maybe we should consider the potential for some sort of compensation or buyout for the remaining customers so they can still afford truck gas or building their own, limited pipeline or something like that. If it's clear that you've eliminated enough of the demand in one section of the gas system. So I know it's still early days, and that's maybe too bold of a concept for right now, but I don't otherwise see a good answer for when you have almost everybody in a region off gas, but a few customers remain, and that necessitates keeping a good amount of pipe active to serve those customers. I mean, those are the high cost scenarios for those customers that we've seen in some of these long run discussions, but maybe the economics would drive them off, and maybe they wouldn't, right? So that's pretty much all I had. Happy to be part of the conversation and look forward to helping to explain in the future where we see the RNG coming, where the supply will be in state, and how those sections of the pipe, might need to be kept alive to help move those molecules to the end uses that can't be electrified. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Next up, we have Marcel Hawiger, who will speak on behalf of TURN.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. So my name is Marcel Hawiger. I'm a staff attorney with the Utility Reform Network, or TURN. For anyone who's not familiar with TURN, we are a statewide consumer advocacy organization. Our goal is to promote clean energy at the lowest possible cost to prevent the harmful impacts of large electric and gas bills, especially on those most vulnerable low and moderate income customers. As noted in the assigned commissioner's ruling, there are several other proceedings that are addressing the issues that we are discussing. And my goal today is to sort of advance the conversation and perhaps advance transparent decision-making by using some of the data provided in PG&E's ongoing general rate case to highlight the issues regarding distribution gas pipeline repair and replacement. And I will be focusing on question D on the subparts 1, 4, and 6, though pardon me, I think that may have been in the numbering prior to the issuance of the revised scoping memo. I'm sorry. And so just give you a preview of what I'm going to conclude. I'm going to discuss that repairs are basically not a huge issue, but to address the problem of stranded costs and to ensure that we don't make the problem so much worse in the future, we really need to address the criteria the utilities use for replacing distribution pipeline. And the key problem, I'm going to argue, is not the criteria they use, but the general criteria, which are safety, but really how they do their risk analyses
to determine the goals for how much pipeline to replace. And regarding non-pipeline alternatives, I'm going to suggest that the question posed in the ruling, how costs should be compared, is maybe not the question we should be asking right now. Rather, we should really be asking how can we use non-pipeline alternatives so that they are an actual alternative to repairing and replacing pipeline, and therefore avoid those costs for customers. I'm trying to advance. There we go. So I'm going to try to level set by providing some data from PG&E's rate case. Regarding pipe repairs, essentially pipes are repaired to eliminate leaks. PG&E spends about $100 million for pipe repairs, distribution pipe repair per year, and it's forecast to increase to about $130 million. That increase is due primarily to repairing non-hazardous meter set leaks to reduce methane leakage. And capital expenditures for repair are just nominal. So they do not add significantly to increasing rate base and long-term stranded costs. And so in terms of just repair, and I treat them repair and replacement separately because they are not alternatives for as far as when the utilities consider whether to repair or replace a pipe. Primarily repairs are expense, they don't increase this stranded cost problem. I think the general criteria, repairing leak is appropriate. Although I think that we haven't really done a deep analysis of whether repairing the non-hazardous meter set leaks is really a significant, produces enough of a significant reduction in GHG emissions to warrant spending the extra $30 million per year or so. But that's a different proceeding. So let's look at gas pipeline replacement. So PG&E spend an average of about $500 million between 2016 and 2020 on distribution pipeline replacement, and is forecasting that amount to increase to about $800 million per year on average. Sort of a cumulative average growth rate of about 10%. So that during this rate case cycle for PG&E, which is the 4 years 2023 through 2026, PG&E will spend about $3.4 billion on replacing distribution pipelines in its system. Why is it spending that much money on replacing pipe? Well, it's primarily driven, it's because they are forecasting to replace more than double the amount of gas pipeline that PG&E has replaced historically. It's going from about 110 miles per year in 2020 to over 260 miles in 2030. And most of that is driven by the goal of replacing pre-1985 Aldol A or plastic pipe. Now, the reason for replacing Aldol A pipe is safety. I mean, there are problems associated with certain types of old Aldol A pipe that can result in pipe cracking and gas leakage. Keep in mind, though, that this distribution pipe replacement program is a discretionary program. It is not like the TIMP and DIMP expenses that are mandated by federal regulation. It is not even like the pipeline the transmission PSEP program that tests or replaces transmission pipeline due to this commission's policy decisions. PG&E is focused on plastic pipe based on some risk analysis, and it has a risk model that prioritizes how much pipe to replace based on a number of factors, and those are shown in the quote on this slide. Those factors are all safety related. They're addressing the risk of pipeline failure based on the likelihood of failure times the consequence of failure. So they're all risk factors, safety risk factors. They don't include any of the other sort of characteristics that, for example, are discussed in this the scoping memo here. So what's my takeaway initial, and these are all obviously, as most people, as several people have said, this is all new. My preliminary kind of conclusions from this is that the general criteria for preemptive pipeline replacement, which is safety, is appropriate. I don't really see a strong need to use other criteria. However, the key problem is not just the criteria where PG&E is using to select which pipe to replace, but how much pipe it's replacing. That goal for PG&E is not driven by, well, that goal for PG&E, I don't know what it's driven. It's driven by its goal to replace all of its 6,600 miles of Aldol A pipe by 2053. It's a fairly arbitrary goal. And the main point I want to make is that we need to bring in some of the other goals that are being discussed in this proceeding relating to decarbonizing the gas system. And the primary one is to reduce potential future stranded costs on the gas system. And so we need to balance what are the safety benefits of large-scale preemptive replacement of plastic pipe on the distribution system with the goal of not creating, building out a whole new system that we will need to pay for decades and decades. That type of balancing is going to require better data, because keep in mind, one of the problems is that there's a certain lack of data, and I don't want to, I'm not going to litigate the rate case here, but there's a certain amount of lack of data that drives some of the numbers, and it needs a prioritization model that really focuses on finding the riskiest pipeline that needs to be replaced right away versus pipe that perhaps we could wait on to see whether we will be decommissioning portions of the gas system. Let me comment a tiny bit on non-pipeline alternatives. So, primarily it's demand response, building electrification, energy efficiency, and I think what we're discussing here is mostly the building electrification. So we must keep in mind that practically speaking, the primary non-pipeline alternative for natural gas is propane. I mean, propane tanks is what people have who do not have access to gas, if they're not just all electric. Indeed, the San Joaquin Valley pilot that Abigail's group has done so much to advance was driven by, the entire thing started with people who have no gas service and rely on propane, wanting an alternative to propane. But anyway, question 6 in the subpart 6 in question D asks how we should compare the costs of, let's say, building electrification. I would posit that this question is somewhat premature. There are, the commission has long expertise in properly incorporating all benefits and costs within a net present value analysis. We can certainly argue about some of the benefits that should be included and how they should be quantified, especially for building electrification, eliminating methane consumption and methane burning within a home. But it's not, anyway, I think that question is somewhat premature, and that really what we first have to figure out is how can we do building electrification so it actually does avoid all those other costs on the gas system. Now, that's certainly will be probably a major topic on the January 24th panel concerning planned decommissioning of the gas system. So I'm not going to go far, but I just think that until we address that, it's a little premature to try to figure out how we do a cost effectiveness analysis. I don't think I need to cover these slides. They really go to the issue that we're going to have to figure out how to do. Well, let me just say, in terms of doing planned decommissioning of the gas system, there are some differences in terms of avoiding repair costs versus replacement costs. On the repair side, since those costs are driven by leakage, one could potentially try to identify sections of the gas system that have high leak rates. If those sections are contiguous somehow geographically, and that's a big if, perhaps one can reduce the amount of money that is spent on repairs by decommissioning those portions and electrifying those portions of the system. With respect to replacement, you'd have to accomplish the same thing in terms of finding a geographically contiguous area. I think that we're just way too early in terms of having the data on pipeline characteristics and other characteristics that drive pipeline replacement to see how we can best do that. And again, that'll be more of a topic for January 24th. My main point is that what we really need to do is stop growing the problem. And the Commission has taken a very positive step, as Commissioner Rechtschaffen indicated earlier, in addressing the issue of eliminating or reducing gas line extension allowances. And that's a great step that will hopefully reduce the growth of new gas lines. But as I said, most of the money is spent on replacing pipelines. And so until we address that, we're not dealing with the really big cost driver. I don't know, well, I have a couple slides, just data regarding the issue of build out pipelines for new customers. Bottom line is, residential gas demand has been flat or declining in California since 1970 on an absolute basis. On a per capita basis has been declining, and PG&E in its rate case is proposing to spend about $80 million on residential new customer connections. Now that's a slight increase from its average in 2016 through 2020, although PG&E claims that its model takes into account some of the connection moratoria on new connections, gas connections, and the cost would otherwise be more. It is an amount, as it's 80 million per year. It's significant, but still it's much, much less than the 800 million that is being spent on discretionary pipeline replacement. I'm sorry, I didn't move my slides, so you didn't see this graph. My apologies, of residential gas demand and then PG&E spending on new customer connections, the capital expenditure. My apologies. Let me close just saying that we need to consider some major changes to prevent the growth of the gas pipeline system, and that whether that's at a state, local level, either one of those. But I think we also are going to have to, if we want to address building electrification on any significant scale, we are not going to be able to rely on subsidizing individual customers to electrify as a solution. We're going to have to consider some systemic changes in state law that would mandate building electrification, whether it's at time of sale or some other time, because otherwise, we're just going to be spending a lot of money to electrify just a few households and not really make a dent in the problem. And that's it. I won't touch this, and I look forward to the Q&A, and really thank Energy Division for inviting us to participate on this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. The last person we have on this panel is Claire Holbrook, who will be speaking on behalf of GridWorks.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Holbrook, and I am Director of GridWorks. We are a nonprofit organization that works to convene, educate, and empower stakeholders across the West who are working to build a more equitable, sustainable, affordable, and healthier future for all through decarbonization. So to begin, a little bit of background. Over the past few years, GridWorks and E3 have collaborated with thought leaders from utilities, the environmental community, ratepayer advocates, environmental justice groups, and labor to produce some of the first analytics and policy recommendations around long-term gas planning.
The papers here on this slide represent years worth of data gathering, calculations, discussions, and negotiations amongst experts in this field, many of whom have spoken today. And I strongly encourage you to review these papers. Gridworks' white paper, California's Gas System in Transition, which is here in the middle, provides a data-backed articulation of the problem of rising gas rates in light of declining throughput and proposes a number of potential mitigations. Gas infrastructure decommissioning will require strategic, targeted electrification, which will not occur without clear policies and incentives, which I think a number of other individuals today have highlighted. Without these in place, California will likely default to scattershot electrification, which will prevent us from avoiding future investments in stranded assets and assets that just don't align with our long-term climate goals. And then here on the far right, I'd like to highlight Gridworks' recent white paper, Gas Resource and Infrastructure Planning in California, which proposes a comprehensive process by which many of the questions posed in the scoping memo would be answered comprehensively and methodically. Rather than endeavoring to create policy based on some anecdotal responses to the scoping memo questions, the CPUC should first develop a broader long-term gas planning framework. And this framework should begin with clearly defined objectives, articulating what we want to accomplish, by when, and a process for achieving those objectives. It should also include a strong focus on how our understanding of and process for evaluating and ability to implement pipeline alternatives can be advanced in a timely fashion. And I think we heard a call for this need for some sort of strategic vision and high-level process from some of the commissioners and other speakers today. Ideally, I think this approach will also help us identify which questions need to be answered, in what order, and based on what information. And I think that this would really mirror the Commission's other long-term planning processes like the LTPP and IRP, which all began with the development of a planning framework. So a quick, brief, high-level answer and then an overview of a project that's underway. Given California's recent focus on gas pipeline repair and replacement alternatives, I don't think we can definitively provide a data-supported answer to question D at this time. Many of us can certainly provide some preliminary thoughts and hypotheses, but not a robust response upon which public policy should be built. You know, being a leader in this field can come with its challenges, but I think we're ready to rise to the occasion. I don't think we currently fully understand the implications of selecting certain criteria over others, nor how to weight criteria against one another, because the implementation of pipeline repair and replacement alternatives are only in their infancy, and to date have only been very small scale. However, I do think a robust process for identifying how to develop answers to these questions has been established, and I'd like to outline a bit of that today. I think as Jonathan from SoCalGas mentioned, the CEC recently sponsored a new endeavor focused on developing strategic pathways and analytics for tactical decommissioning of portions of the gas infrastructure. These projects will take place both in Northern and Southern California, and Gridworks is delighted to support the Northern California contingent in partnership with Energy and Environmental Economics, East Bay Community Energy, and Pacific Gas and Electric Company. And I can certainly send around some of the presentations from the CEC's November kickoff workshop. The Northern California project intends to create a framework for evaluating and characterizing gas decommissioning opportunities within PG&E and EBCE shared service territory, and to engage local communities and identify needs with respect to participating in gas decommissioning and targeted electrification pilots. You know, I think Abigail spoke to some of these challenges earlier this afternoon. The project will recommend 3 pilot sites for targeted gas decommissioning, including 1 in a disadvantaged community. We will also produce deployment plans for each of the proposed pilot sites, indicating how to implement the activities in those areas. We'll also identify some data sources and additional data needs, and regulatory and policy barriers with some proposed potential mitigations. I think through the work being performed under the CEC grant, we will gather greater insight into many of the questions posed in the CPUC scoping memo, particularly how to select locations for pipeline repair replacement alternatives, including what some of those pipeline and community characteristics should be, and
the goals that we should be working towards collectively with those projects. I think we also hope to further understand and explore mitigations for some of the current hurdles that we face, like the obligation to serve and the current planning horizon that we have for gas infrastructure compared with what we actually need to implement some of the decommissioning projects at scale. I do want to note that the final results from this project will likely not be available for more than a year, and that answering some of these complex, first of their kind questions with quantitative and qualitative data, it takes time. And I don't think we should rush it because we are an example for many other jurisdictions. Lastly, I think that the CECU project really underscores the importance of interagency collaboration, ensuring that the CPUC and this proceeding is informed by the outcomes from the CEC project will be key to success. And I also think to effectively and efficiently identify and implement future pipeline repair replacement alternatives, federal, state, and local agencies all need to work together. And the cooperation is needed not only amongst some of the more obvious energy agencies, but also those involved in permitting activities, funding housing upgrades that go beyond some of our more traditional utility appliance replacement, advancing broadband internet access, and local community engagement, activities like that. It will be very important that you all work together. Aside from the 2 CEC projects I mentioned, I do think that there are other few early stage initiatives that can help us begin to answer question D. I would like to recognize PG&E's leadership in this space. For the past few years, they've been working to explore and implement pipeline repair and replacement alternatives, which were spoken to earlier this morning, involving a small handful of customers. And they've also been developing a more robust framework for identifying and prioritizing pipeline alternative projects, and have even built a team focused on these issues. And while not specifically focused on avoiding pipeline repair or replacement, I do think that the San Joaquin DAC pilot program can provide some really important insights on how to center equity when developing policies that can significantly impact individuals. It could also tell us a lot about the unique attributes of implementing projects in disadvantaged communities and the pitfalls of some of our more traditional cost effectiveness approaches, which can inadvertently put certain communities at the back of the line. If you'd like to learn more about these endeavors and how they can inform this proceeding, I encourage you to look at GridWorks' recent blog posts, Lessons Learned So Far in Targeted Building Electrification, and to speak to the teams at PG&E, Self-Help Enterprises, Greenlining, and Leadership Council, who have all done some really outstanding work in this space. I also think that there are some other states like Massachusetts, which are beginning to explore some of the questions similar to those posed by the CPUC, and I encourage staff to reach out to their counterparts to exchange thoughts and experiences. So in conclusion, I think the scoping memo raises some very important questions, but first we need to focus on how to answer them and why we want to answer them. Then we can endeavor to decide how to proceed with answering those questions and designing new policies based on those answers. We also really need to place a strong emphasis on advancing pipeline alternatives. We need to improve customers' familiarity and comfort with alternative technologies. We need to remove some of the regulatory barriers that slow implementation. We need to address some of the funding gaps that go beyond looking at simply replacing customers' appliances. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Claire. That concludes the presentations for this panel. I know we're a bit over time, but first I'd like to invite Commissioner Rechtschaffen to see if he has any specific questions for our panelists.
I have 2 questions or comments, and then I wanted to, when we have the open discussion, I had a couple of other questions. Or do you want me to do all that talking all at once, Christina? I don't know if we're gonna have time for more general comments.
I think we're gonna try to aim to have. I think it is important to allow folks to make general comments and if there are any questions for previous panelists. So we'll try to make time for that.
We'll make time for that later on. Marcel, I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on why you think it's premature to look at the cost of non-pipeline alternatives, because we are making decisions right now and we need to evaluate them against something if we're trying to balance all these goals. And we know that maybe what you're saying is it's going to be really difficult to electrify, but we know that if we have enough money, we can effectuate certain solutions. So I'm just not sure I understand why you think we should not be evaluating doing some kind of cost comparison with non-pipeline alternatives now. And if we don't do that now, how do we judge a replacement project against a non-pipeline alternative?
So I guess the way maybe I didn't fully understand the question. The way I understood the question was to sort of ask, how should the cost be compared? Meaning, like, what should be the benefits and costs included in a standard cost effectiveness analysis on each side? And so that's the part that I thought, well, I feel like we know how to do that. Now, if you're asking me, should we get data on what are the costs of building electrification? Yes, I mean, I think knowing more about the magnitude of those costs will obviously be very important. It's just that, creating the benefit cost and cost effectiveness test and knowing which cost to include, that's the part, I think we can do fairly readily. So maybe I'm not totally sure of what you're asking me, which part. I mean, I think, for example, the San Joaquin Valley pilot will give us a lot of information on how much does it actually cost to electrify a home, especially a low-income home, a mobile home, and whether it's got panel upgrades. And, I think we actually need even more information on how much is the cost to electrify if you're doing the whole house versus if you're doing only one or two of the major appliances. But I'm not sure I understood your question fully. So.
Well, that gets at it in part. It's sort of a moving target. We're doing it in real time, and we are making investments right now. So we want to be able to do an analysis with the information that we have, and the San Joaquin Valley pilot's a good example where we do have information now that we can use to make some kind of informed analysis. But I'll look more carefully at the specifics of your argument. Maybe I'm missing some of the subtlety of what you're saying. I don't think there's a big disagreement, so I'm not worried about that. I wanted to, if I could, Christina, I don't know if other commissioners, I have a couple other comments but I don't want to take up others' time, so you tell me.
Please go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, Sam, not Sam Wade, Sam from Southwest Gas. I really just have a comment. I guess I'm disappointed in the way you presented things, that basically saying you elevate everything else first, safety, reliability, affordability, resiliency, and then when you're done with that, you look at what's the best way to reduce GHG emissions. And I don't think you don't have to respond if you don't want to. My comment is, I don't think we can do that anymore. I think we're well past the point where decarbonization is a criteria that's considered after everything else. It has to be integral into the core determination of everything we consider when we're looking at investments. That's what's so hard about this. So maybe I'm misreading what you said, but it doesn't look like it. It looked like you elevated those four, and then GHG is sort of the fifth afterthought.
Can I respond back, Commissioner?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. You hit the point there, and my apologies if I didn't make it clear, right? It is an interesting balance.
And what I think is very important to be careful of is to say, because of this goal that we want to hit on a climate perspective, we are going to exceed costs that a consumer will be able to afford, or we're gonna potentially go over this safety threshold. That is my point there. When I'm looking at us being a prudent operator on a daily basis, we've got to get the gas reliably to the customer. We absolutely have to do it with that affordability aspect in mind and make sure that the system is resilient. The greenhouse gas emission component is critical. But to your point, where does that go above these other components as well? And I absolutely agree with you. That is a very difficult thing to balance out. So when I'm talking about delivering energy today, you know, the customer, if they were to have an interruption, or if they were to have a very significant increase in a bill, I don't think it's going to be simple to explain to them, well, it's because of this and deal, right? It's going to be a very interesting thing to have to address with them. So I hope a little bit of that clarification gives some color to that.
Thank you. And then the last comment, I just want to thank Claire and GridWorks for your exceptional work in both of the reports that you've done in bringing stakeholders together. And certainly both of them have played a very significant role in shaping the scoping memo and the revised scoping memo, and having us think hard about the questions we need answered, the data we need, and the kind of detailed and extensive outreach we need to inform this process. Some of what you suggest we're doing in other forums, some of it we're doing here. I talked about it at the start, that we're working with other agencies to try to grapple with the higher level questions that we need to use to inform this proceeding. The results of the pilots that you mentioned will be of great interest to us. We've thought a lot about, and parties have suggested we propose pilots here, and we've thought a great deal about what makes sense and what's possible and feasible to impose on our staff, given how difficult and complex this proceeding is. So right now we haven't ordered specific pilots, but we can get the best of both worlds, I think, by benefiting from the results of the pilots that you mentioned. So we look very much forward to seeing those results and the other work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know that Commissioner Haug had to step away for a bit. I see that you are back, and I just wanted to see if you have any questions for the panelists.
I do not have any questions right now. Thank you, though, for asking.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we do have a few questions in the chat box. Again, a reminder to submit your questions via the chat box or to raise your hand. The first question I see here is from Jason Zeller. This question is for you, Sam, with Southwest Gas. He asks whether Southwest Gas is in favor of increasing the monthly meter charge to its residential customers to lessen volumetric charges.
Yeah, and we are open to that discussion. But again, the affordability has to play a very big aspect of that. So in our recent GRC, we received approval for an increase in the basic service charge, and that is to better reflect customer-related costs and to assist in decreasing peak winter monthly bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Jason has another question for the other Sam on the panel. Jason asks, will RNG ever be produced in sufficient volumes that it will be able to provide 20% of the load currently being served by fossil gas?
Yeah, we get this question all the time. I mean, I think that it will be able to provide a very significant portion of the long run demand for gas, which is what the point of comparison should be, right? If these other options are successful in cutting gas demand significantly, then the share that can be served by RNG gets larger and larger. The exact percentage depends on which feedstocks you include in your universe of acceptable RNG. I think 20% is very reasonable if you put in all of the feedstocks that we think can be low carbon.
And if you look at the proposed decisions targets under SB 1440, the number is 15% of the utility core gas demand by 2030, which we think is achievable.
Thank you, Sam. Our next question is from Jean Spencer. Marcel, this question is for you. Jean asks, how would you weigh the benefit of boosting overall electrification from a policy like requiring electrification on sale of a residence with the potential increase to housing costs in a state with a shortage of affordable housing?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. I'd say we've had great consternation internally about that very question. Is that a viable alternative? I mean, I don't have a total answer for you, but let me just say, it depends whether we're really serious about going to scale and actually electrifying all homes by 2045, or are we just talking about you having building codes that require new home electrification and then subsidizing appliance replacement, which would result in scattering of higher income customers being able to replace their appliances. Well, so I'll have two assumptions to answer your question. I'm assuming that we're talking about home retrofits, and I'm assuming that for a home to electrify all the major appliances, the range of costs is very large. Could be 20,000, could be 50,000 very easily, depending on what the heating system's like, etc., what the panel's like, etc. So, our option, if we want to really go big, what are the options to have? I mean, to have utility ratepayers pay for it all, subsidize entire home electrification? I mean, that's going to bankrupt people through their utility bills. The option of having new homeowners pay for it by sale, that hits people buying a home. It does create scale. It is a smaller cost compared to the cost of a home, and it doesn't impact renters directly. Then you're getting into the multifamily. Well, it will impact them indirectly. Look, as with all of these questions, from Turn's perspective, this is a social problem that needs to be addressed by either general revenues or by state mandates that somehow come in over time that would allow this transition to happen without impacting lower income people, and probably by, for example, having different criteria based on, for example, a home price, the potential home cost to retrofit the home, those kinds of variables, if it's done as a requirement for home retrofits at the time of sale. But I don't have an easy answer. My only point is really, if you want to go big, I mean, someone's going to pay for it, and I don't think having utility ratepayers fully subsidize home retrofits is any better of an answer. Oh, and I just want to say one thing about RNG, because this kind of gets us this slight issue of sort of conflicting signals. The RNG, like as Sam said, the recent proposed decision requires utility customers to potentially pay for 15% of the core gas to be RNG. That's an annual premium of $1 billion right there for gas. And so it doesn't add to stranded costs, but it hugely increases gas rates.
Thank you, Marcel. That concludes all the questions we have for this panel. So thank you,
Christina?
Sam. Yes, Commissioner Rechtschaffen.
Since Governor Newsom must be listening to Marcel, because in the budget that he just announced today, there's about $1 billion in general taxpayer funding proposed for equitable building decarbonization. So that question is very much on the minds of policymakers.
We applaud that.
Hi, I'm wondering if I could just quickly address that same question that Marcel just spoke to.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Abigail.
Thanks. And I definitely don't want to speak to, who should subsidize the cost and who should pay. But I do want to note that one thing we've learned from the SJV pilot so far is that when we had the situation where a homeowner wants to sell their home, they actually considered it an upgrade to participate in the pilot, because along with swapping out appliances and providing new, shiny, efficient electric appliances, there are also upgrades to the home, upgrades to the electric panel, other things that are making improvements to the home that actually allowed them to sell their property or their home at a higher price. So I think that's something that we should consider as well.
Thank you. So that concludes all the questions for this panel. I'd like to thank Sam, Abigail, Sam, Marcel, and Claire. I think now we have time for an open Q&A for any of the panelists today, as well as final comments. While I wait for comments or questions to come in, I'd like to first see if Commissioner Rechtschaffen has any general comments that he'd like to make.
I want to thank everybody for their participation. This is about as meaty and difficult and involved a proceeding as we get, and we get a lot of meaty, difficult, and complex proceedings at the PUC. We look forward to the next couple of workshops, and we're going to try to systematically tackle issue by issue. It's going to take us a couple of years, 2.5 years or longer, but this is a very long, difficult transition we're embarking on, and we're going to try to set out meaningful and realistic objectives for things to tackle in the next several months over the course of the year. So please stay with us, continue to participate. As I mentioned, our news and outreach staff is working with community-based organizations and environmental and social justice organizations to try to build capacity to help participate more meaningfully in this process. So if you have suggestions or if you know groups that want to participate, please contact Chris Moore or Stephanie Green. And as I also mentioned, there's a lot of ongoing interagency collaborative work with the Air Resources Board and with the California Energy Commission through their processes, and this will all feed into what hopefully will be a broader, more comprehensive blueprint for the state going forward that we will be sharing with in the next several months. I think we put in the chat Chris Moore and Stephanie Green's contact information, but if you don't have it, contact anyone of the staff, and we're happy to talk more. And thank you again, Christina and Karen, and the entire GAS team, Jean and others, Renee, for your great work in preparing this panel. Also, my advisor, Seema George, for her help.
Thank you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen. I'd like to welcome and see if Commissioner Hauck has any comments she'd like to make.
I'd just like to underscore what Commissioner Rechtschaffen said and just the critical importance of this proceeding overall to the state's energy goals and how it overlaps with so many other proceedings that we're looking at. The affordability proceeding, for one, which I'm closely going to be working with staff on this to make sure that we're coordinated. I also was very pleased to hear all of the what I was able to hear regarding the last panel and the San Joaquin Valley project and the information that's been gained from there. And I'm looking forward to the commission continuing to collect information from those pilots and hopefully move forward with what had been anticipated for the phase 3 of that proceeding And just also note that, there was a number of comments just put into the chat that I think are very informative and relevant. So thank you, everyone, and especially Commissioner Rechtschaffen for your leadership on this very important proceeding.
Thank you, Commissioner Haug. So we have a few questions for different panelists. The first question I see here is from Marion Borgeson with NRDC. And the question is actually for you, Commissioner Rechtschaffen. She asks, what is your vision for how we get from discussing these questions to a comprehensive gas planning process with clear goals as described by Claire from GridWorks?
I think I tried to address that in my last set of comments. We're working systematically through some threshold issues right now in the first couple of phases, first couple of tracks that we talked about, and we are going to continue to work with our sister agencies to try to, and the legislature and the governor's office as they weigh in increasingly to try to come up with a broader vision, a blueprint, a roadmap, whatever you call it, to sort of tackle this more holistically. But it's going to take time. There's a lot of data we need. We understand that. We will benefit from the pilots that are being done, from other CEC research that's being done. We'll benefit from what other states are doing. We are very much in line with what people like New York and Colorado, states like New York, Colorado, Washington, Nevada, Illinois are also doing. So it's going to be a process, but we are thinking about how this fits in with all the other state planning efforts, the scoping plan, the CEC's IPER, our own complementary gas related and electricity related proceedings. So best I can tell you, Marion, at this point is if it were simpler, we would have done it sooner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see a comment from Jonathan Bromson, and I'd like to read it aloud. Jonathan says, on the topic of electrification, the New York State governor just proposed $25 billion to electrify 800,000 homes owned by low and moderate income homeowners. That's $35,250 per household by 2030. Over 11 million California homes need conversion. I also see a question from Jason Zeller. I'm not sure who this question is directed towards, but I will just read it aloud. The question is, given that LADWP isn't CPUC regulated, how can joint planning occur with SoCalGas on decarbonization of SoCalGas's system when LADWP doesn't have any obligation to work with commission-regulated utilities? I'll let some of our panelists dwell on that question. Matt Epina asks, do any of the panelists have data on the monthly usage cost for an electrified residence compared to unelectrified?
I'll speak to that. I don't have any data to present today, but I do want to add that in the San Joaquin Valley pilots, we are collecting that data actively. PG&E created a document that they share with residents when they're going over the proposed electrification plan for the home, that gives them an estimate based on a calculation that we all came up with. And it's supposed to estimate what their cost will be once they're fully electric compared to the cost of propane. So it's a little different, but it is one of the models that we can look at when we do have that data from a significant amount of homes
after at least about a year.
I'm sorry, the only report we've seen that does a sort of analysis of the cost pre and post using California rates is a report from Rocky Mountain Institute. It shows that if you are replacing both a home that has a central air conditioning and heating with a heat pump that can provide both heat and cooling, in that particular case, your overall energy bills might go down. In other cases, putting in replacing just the space heating and or water heating will result in an increase in overall energy bills due to the comparison between utility electric rates versus gas rates in California.
Tina, would you like me to address Jason's question?
Yes, Jonathan, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very important question because, of course, SoCalGas is a common carrier. The emissions don't result from anything that SoCalGas does. They result from decisions by our customers to procure gas and to combust it. So the answer to the question is that LADWP will be subject to the emission control requirements that are imposed upon it by those regulators with actual jurisdiction over emissions. And if SoCalGas is provided with the means to facilitate and assist them in achieving those reductions, we will do so. But the bottom line is that, like all of the emissions, with a very small exception, emissions on our system result from independent decisions made by customers to procure gas and combust it, many of whom, the majority of those customers and those emissions resulting from entities who are outside the jurisdiction of the CPUC.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate your response. We had a couple of additional questions that came in during earlier panels. This one is from an unidentified number. I believe it goes for the first panel that we had today. Are alternative energy forms, such as using hydrogen gas as a fuel, also considered during the General Order 131D review? If not, when and how are these alternatives considered?
Hi, everybody. This is Mary Jo. We do not look at hydrogen as part of our 131D. It's for electric facilities.
Thank you, Mary Jo. This is another question for the first panel. Elizabeth Kelly with EDF asked, to the extent a general order is adopted, how do you envision non-gas or non-pipeline alternatives within that context, and at least cost decarbonization generally? Would it be an element of the general order showing?
That's an interesting question. This is Mary Jo again. I guess any general order that would deal with gas facilities would have to decide how broad the review and discussion is. And would that just include existing facilities, or would it look into a broader context? For the environmental impact review that we do for electric facilities, for transmission lines, for instance, or substations, we do look at non-wires alternatives. And as alternatives, if we're doing an EIR, if we're doing a mitigated negative declaration, we don't look at alternatives because we, under CEQA rules, we can, if we can mitigate impacts to a level less than significant, we're not required to look at alternatives. Hope that helps somewhat.
Thank you, Mary Jo. The last comment that I see in the chat box is from Mike Florio, who says LADWP should have every incentive to work with IOUs on electrification, which will increase their sales and lower rates. I do not see any further questions or comments in the chat box. So unless there are any additional questions or comments from our panelists, I can go ahead and wrap up our workshop today. Okay, Karen, can you go to the next slide, please? I just want to thank all of our panelists today for the very insightful presentations that you all put together. As a reminder, the Track 2 second workshop on gas infrastructure scoping memo questions is scheduled for Monday, January 24th. So we look forward to having you all back in this virtual room. After that workshop is completed, Energy Division staff will publish a workshop report in February on both workshops, and parties will have an opportunity to comment on the staff report. With that, I'd like to thank you all for joining. I did include a link to today's presentations in the chat box. The agenda as well as the recording will also be made available to parties and attendees. Thank you all, and have a good day.